the premier online speed chess tournament. A knockout filled with tension, drama, quick tactics, and shocking moments.
Oh my gosh!
For the last 7 years and counting, the best Blitz and Bullet players in the world have flocked to Chess.com to prove their worth at this format. Excitement reigns every year, with major upsets and intense battles. This year, 12 invitees and 4 qualifiers face off for the title. Dozens have tried, but only 2 have ever worn this crown.
Magnus makes it look easy.
Hikaru made over! He wins the Speed Chess Championship his 5th in a row.
Who will be this year's Blitz King? It's time to find out. Welcome to the 2023 Speed Chess Championship, presented by Coinbase.
The 2023 Speed Chess Championship is presented by Coinbase. It is back again on this Monday. International Master Danny Wrench alongside the Grandmaster Amon Hambleton. Amon Hambleton, how are you, sir?
Hello, Danny, and hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. I am excited for this one, Danny, because I just did a show with Danya, and I mean, switching up the commentary duo to the one and only Danny Wrench. I'm excited, man.
Yeah, you have to downgrade from the GM to the IM. But, you know, this relationship, the fans who maybe haven't seen this duo before, I want you to know, this relationship between me and Amon, it works. I think you're going to enjoy it today.
Look, I'm not going to say anything to the contrary.
Yeah. Well, we got so much to get into, man. We're going to have a blast. Let's just remind everybody what match is in store. It is Fabiano Caruana, an SCC veteran, versus Nodirbek Abdusaturov, the 2021 World Rapid Champion. He was the youngest in history when he did it. Amon, this is going to be a fun one.
It really is. I'm always excited about battles of generations. Nodirbek is such a young player and so talented, Danny, but as we dive into the bracket, you can see so many names there, but there might be one name that people actually aren't seeing there.
That's right. Well, the name. Well, let's actually start at the top. We're going to start with Caruana. Oh, never mind. There we go. We have a bit of a switch around there. We're going to highlight right away that Jan Nepomniachtchi has replaced Ding Liren. The world champion Ding Liren has some personal stuff going on. So we replaced him with a World Championship challenger and also a Speed Chess Championship veteran in Jan Nepomniachtchi. I don't know if you're Arjun Iragaisi, Amon, if that feels like out of the frying pan into the fire. I think either way, it's going to be a tough one there.
Yeah, I don't think he used them too differently. Everyone in this competition is so dang strong, but it's nice to see the World Champion and the World Championship challenger working together, covering each other's shifts. That's nice.
Now we've got Caruana Abdusaturov, the 8-9 seed, as we said. And as you saw from that bracket, the winner will move on to face Hikaru Nakamura. All roads, or all SCC dreams, either fall short when you run into Hikaru Nakamura, or I guess magic happens if you're Magnus Carlsen, the only man to do it a couple times. So that'll be interesting, but neither Fabiano or Nodirbek wants to think about that right now. They've got business to attend to. And Amon, let's set the table for the fans who maybe somehow are just finding this amazing format for the first time. The Speed Chess Championship is 16 players. You get a point for a win. You get half a point for a draw, a 0 for a loss, just like traditional chess. But this knockout moves to tie breaks if we are all knotted up after the fastest portion. We get Armageddon Chess. And speaking of the portions, Amon, the different formats, the different time controls, the clock running down, so many things about the SCC format make it great. But why don't you tell me what your favorite aspect is?
Well, Danny, now that the paycheck has cleared, I can definitely say that the SCC is the marquee online chess event. And no, there was no paycheck. I really mean that. And it's because of the exact format you just mentioned, Danny. You ultimately find out who the better chess player is. Not overall maybe, but on that day, in that match. You have the increment to make sure no one's out there just dirty flagging. You have the 5-minute all the way down to the bullet portion to make sure you test these players across all aspects of their game. So I really feel like at the end of it, there is a deserving winner.
Agreed. And you mentioned all the things. It's nice when someone else says it, so I'm not the one saying it. But it is the best format. It is the event that has everyone stop what they're doing every year. And the best player always wins, I think, because of the way it's staggered and how much time we get. So, all right. Speaking of who the best player is, we're going to find out at the end of the day. But right now, we want to bring up, once again, our Deloitte Game Analytics. The game within the game is what Deloitte is all about. They are a perfect partner for Chess.com. Their mission is to dive in, tell these stories, show all these amazing insights. They're an industry leader in their world. We are an industry leader in our world. Together, we bring you the Deloitte Game Analytics. And Amon, what stands out to you on this page?
I mean, I wish I could talk about, how evenly matched they are and what we know about these players and having played one another, but that actually hasn't happened on Chess.com, Danny, and it's crazy to think that these guys are such regular players and participants in so many Chess.com events, and they've just never matched up against one another. So we're finally going to get to the bottom of this question mark between these two players.
It is amazing. Again, like people are like, oh, sometimes we highlight a matchup where they haven't played and it's not that random. These guys play in Title Tuesdays. These guys play in the Champions Chess Tour. They've both played in SCCs before and they didn't get paired. So that is actually a pretty surprising fact. And let's dive into some more analytics here from Deloitte. There's a few different stats we could highlight on this page. I want to jump. Well, I want to get your comments on their win percentage, because that actually seems kind of low, and have you comment on why that is, maybe with their style, but also a huge disparity in total games played.
Yeah, a number of things jump out here from the Deloitte Game Analytics, Danny. Definitely the win rate, and the fans should remember that there's lots of draws at this high level of chess. So a 30% win rate for both players is significant. But also look at the total games, Danny. You see 232 for Fabi. Definitely has the experience on his side, but you have the young, up-and-comer. Is he still up-and-coming, or is he already gone? I don't even know, Danny, but this is going to be an exciting matchup between someone who's used to the SEC and someone who's just getting his feet wet.
Yeah, the 232 games to 55. That is speaking of being used to the format. Right now, Fabiano would like to improve his best final position ever. We saw there, those observant and fast readers noticed that he's never gotten into the semis, actually. And so he'd love to get into the semifinals and be one of the final four standing this year. Nodirbek, of course, is a household name we expect for years to come. But anyway, Gonna be awesome. We've got more things to break down as we do before every matchup. We move from the analytics and the data to Smarter Chess's predictions. He uses data to drive his takes. Your thoughts on a 55%, 45% favoring of Fabiano?
I mean, how else can you call a match where you don't really know about these players playing one another? That's the thing. We haven't seen them play on Chess.com. So, I mean, it pretty much has to be a 50-50. Fabi, definitely more established. But Nodirbek, I feel at this point is, perhaps not getting enough credit. He'll look at that 5% and say, okay, if it's a 50-50, how come it's skewed in his favor?
It's funny because part of the toss-up you can just see by the 5-5 predicted score I'm on in Bullet is like Smarter Chess, like, I don't know what's going to happen in Bullet, right? And you made a call out when you and I were in pre-show that sometimes we have a closely predicted match and ends up being a blowout. Sometimes it's a blowout and it's close. Who knows? But the fans have something interesting to say about that. I think regardless of the Smarter Chess predictions, I was actually more surprised to see this, not taking anything away from my boy Fabi, but a 70% favorite against Nodirbek, who a lot of people appreciate as a young up-and-comer, very good at these fast time controls.
Totally. I think, the fans are just relating to who they've seen in the SEC more, who they're familiar with more, and, being unfamiliar with a player like Nodirbek, he's a guy, Danny, that'll let you know pretty quickly what you're missing out on.
Yeah, and 70% for fans, I think you hit the nail on the head. And again, that's not taking anything away from Fabiano. It's because his name and reputation, precedes him. But I think a lot of fans voting for Fabiano, he is the much more recognizable name. And I'm not saying he's not the favorite, but I would probably lean a little closer to the experience getting the edge a la Smarter Chesses than I would a 70% favorite. But I've been wrong and the fans have been right before.
That's right. And, going into this match, it's the 8th seed against the 9th seed, Danny. So we talk about 50-50s, but, quite simply, in any event across the globe, when you have people that are seeded pretty much 8 and 9, right in the middle of the tournament, no wonder it's going to be what should be the most exciting, but definitely the closest match on paper.
Agreed. And speaking of closest match on paper, we now have a close match on camera. Fabiano was just there a second ago, everybody, I promise. I don't know what happened, if he forgot he needed to go to the bathroom or, get his hair did. But he was just there, Amon, and he disappeared.
He's got some good hair. He's got some good hair.
There he is.
There he is.
There he is. He's back. Oh, man. And just like that, a ghost. He vanishes. He reappears. Looks like he will get the white pieces first against Nodirbek. That's a stone cold killer there on the right. We've seen that very serious face recently in a lot of the Champions Chess Tour matchups, and he's comfortable in that spot with the white wall behind him.
I was actually going to say, these two players, I'm kind of wondering now, thinking about a lot of the other players. Obviously, you've got your Hikaru Nakamura super animated on his camera, but are these like the most stoic players? Like when I think Fabiano and I think Nodirbek, I almost think zero expression. So I'm curious to watch the cameras throughout this match.
I agree. They are very focused, I guess you would say. Fabiano has teased me and Robert often about the fact that he feels like we read too much into body language. Although he says that
moves here.
We do have some moves. We're about to get to the games. He says that, but we've also seen him get very exasperated when he knows he's blown a great position. And so I stand by my abilities and needs to read the many catalog of Hikaru Nakamura faces. But either way, you're right. These are two very focused and stoic players.
Yep. I'm already intrigued by this opening, Danny, because really interesting to see two players fianchetto against one another, but the bishops not be on the same diagonal. Like the bishop from C1 has just snuck out to A3.
It is odd. This is odd, and I don't know the opening that they got here with. I'm going to quickly back up and just run through it. It was in English, looks like a symmetrical English up until this moment with b3, and then as you pointed out, Amon, the bishop went to a3 rather than the traditional diagonal, and and here we sit after queen to d2. But with the tension in the center, whose bishop will end up being the getting the last laugh, I guess, is the question. Which diagonal opens up to favor the other player?
Well, I think the presence of the bishop on a3 sort of directly dissuades c takes d4. So usually white would play d4, and then black would capture it and maybe immediately respond with d5. But with the bishop on a3, that doesn't make a lot of sense. So you're like, actually maybe sneaking this d pawn from d4 to d5 for white simply because of that bishop on a3.
That's super interesting. Yeah, I'm pointing out the tension now even more so perhaps now favors white, because with the queen moving, the d6 pawn is also hanging. Of course, the rook comes to d8 to try to help that. But yeah, an advantage for white in my mind, and I'm not just saying that, I promise, because of the eval bar biased itis over here. You pointed out that the move d4 is normally met by some sort of transition. Here comes the space advantage for white that you called, and Fabiano is dialed in.
Yeah, I agree. d5, this is, to me, a huge advantage for Fabi already. Now what you'll see is that bishop from a3, it's sort of done its job, Danny. There's a pawn on d5. It's going to slide back to b2, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, we got this regular position, but white's got this pawn on d5. It's not supposed to be there.
And this pawn on d5 is a thorn, not just for the immediate space, but it blocks this bishop here. And white now has a bit of a Benoni-style structure, if you want to call it that, where e4, f4, white can slowly expand, and black is really suffering for space over here.
Agreed. Yeah, queen on c8, bishop b7. Like, this is where white's going to think about moves like h3, but I don't even think h3 is needed. Invite the knight to g4 and then kick it out with h3. White has just taken over the initiative and tempo of this game, Danny.
Yeah, I was going to say that I was suggesting it as a bit of a slow plan, that you might eventually play a Benoni structure for white. But Bobby says, no, let's go. And as you pointed out, he doesn't even waste time for h3. This just feels phenomenal for white. You could play e4.
Does. I have to say, Danny, this is almost like, I've no shame in admitting, kind of a weakness of mine. When white has that edge, and you know it here, both players are keenly aware. Black's position is a little bit behind, but white has to act quickly. You have to be decisive here. And if you don't push your advantage with moves like f4, bringing the bishop back, e4, e5, if you don't do those things, guess what? Black is going to catch up.
Yeah, I love it. Well, he plays bishop b2. By the way, a bit of a discovered threat at some point. If this knight moves, not only will d6 become tender, whether you go to e4 or b5, but if these bishops are traded, the dark squares become open for business. And with all these pieces trapped on the queen side, Amon, you get worried that this could become a blowout quickly. White could just burst through.
Absolutely. A move like knight h4, I don't think that knight is too happy there. It's a temporary threat, but when that bishop gets saved, bishop h1 or even bishop h3, the move like queen e1 on the following turn is just damn near trapping the knight.
I love that. And I love that Fabiano just hasn't held back here. He plays f4, plays g4. Okay, knight h4 is played, but I liked your first suggestion, but then I was like, maybe the second one coming to the diagonal, maybe you're right. Maybe that's even more dangerous.
Bishop h3, like, obviously black gets some moves, but let me just describe my perfect world here. Bishop h3, g5, and knight e4. All of a sudden, then, the f6 square is just whites for the taking.
Wow. He doesn't keep the bishop. He decides to let it be traded. The computer doesn't like it. I don't know that you or I thought that was the best move either. In that case, we really agree there. But in the end, white's advantage is still very strong, and I guess he's pointing out that maybe I lost that bishop, but here comes everyone to the king side.
It's true. One of the most important pawns, though, is the pawn on f4. White would want to stay away from playing the move f5, it would hand over the e5 square to black. So that pawn's probably the most important. And knight c to e4 and maybe pawn to g5, that's how I would look to continue with white here. So maybe knight c to e4 right now.
I love knight c to e4. Offer the trade of the dark square bishops. Note that you're not really worried about anything on the c file because your rook can pop to c1 and hit the queen.
Yep. There's also a move which is really thematic here, Danny. It's actually the move b4. I don't know if it's the right idea now because white's kind of gone all in on the king side, but it's a really strong move. It gives a passed pawn to black, but you take the c5 square, the bishop on b7 is blocked by the white pawn on d5 and the black pawn on c4. So it just takes some of the prospects away from the black pieces.
Agreed. B4 is super interesting. I think the risk of this move, as you pointed out, is that whenever you're all in already on one side of the board, if you start wasting time, if B4 gets met by A5 and somehow you end up getting really focused and black finds a way to open up lines. But I like B4.
I'll tell you
although
what,
it's funny, the more I think about it... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to point out the time situation. I feel like I'm always so into the position, Danny, but I always forget to look at the clock. Nodirbek hates his position, and I don't blame him. He's spending a lot of time.
Yeah, he's hated his position. If we go back and look at that the eval game arc below, like the scoreboard, you can see that as soon as the move d5 was played there from Fabiano, of those watching, the advantage just got better and better for white. All right, now, but here's the point. You're all in on this attack. You've got every one of your pawns advanced, and you've lost the light squared bishop around your king. None of those things seem to matter right now as long as white is in charge and pushing. But you do have one of those positions that you got to convert on. Otherwise, if it opens up, white could get in trouble.
Totally. This is actually a really dangerous position for white. It's not, in my opinion, it's not as comfortable of an advantage for Fabi as he had 5-6 moves ago. Black's pieces almost have nowhere to go. Bishop on b7, rook on the a file, can't use a single entry square. But the point is that they have nowhere to go right now. As soon as one of white's pieces moves, there will be a weakness. So it's just a really tense position.
And look how quickly Nodirbek plays b5. Very nice to point out the tactic. If knight takes b5, queen to b6 check, picks up the pony, so you can't do that. And this cements the c-pawn, opening up the b6 square for either the queen or maybe the knight to do business. So you're right, Amon, that there's a lot of pressure on Fabi to convert now because at some point black's pieces are going to get life over on the queen side.
And that's why you see him playing moves like g5, h4, because white's pieces are almost situated no better than they could be. So the bishop on b2, knight on c3, they can hardly move. So I think that's why he's just going king h2, h5. Like, let me make some threats with my pawns while my pieces are placed just fine.
Yeah, well now, all right, he's still got a big advantage, and with Nodirbek under 20 seconds, Fabiano would like to convert this, but this does have the makings of one of those games, Danny, where you...
E5, F5.
Oh my gosh, gonna hurt. E5, F5. I love that move. Let's go.
That's the sauce
E5,
here.
F5. But it has the makings of one of those games, Amon. If Fabi doesn't cash in and convert on something like this, it could get scary. You don't want these rooks to get loose.
And that's actually why I wanted to play E5 and then F5, because then I'm sure that the rooks, while they've got an e-pawn in front of them, they actually can't ever penetrate because of their own e-pawn.
Yep. Well, this is it. It's either E5 now or the advantage could start slipping. Black would even exchange sack on E4 if he could, just to open up things against the king. So I think Fabiano's taking his time, Amon, because he's going to find it. I think he's calculating it.
Yeah, there's moves like, I don't know, maybe F6 for black, and, you know, things can spiral a little bit. Yeah, here's that move F6. I thought that was an issue to allow, because now if you allow F takes G5, the E5 square will become black's.
Knight F5, though. What a move right there. What a move. Black couldn't take it because the G file was mate.
Yeah, that was just... Fabi, definitely planned that when he played rook E1.
He was already anticipating F6. I almost want to... We might back up and quickly look at that as the next game gets started and take advantage of the live analysis board, because that was a huge moment, and what a great find from Fabiano. Although, look at this compensation. There's still chances for Nodirbek. This is not a simple move.
Not at all. Rook takes D3, I feel like almost has to happen.
Yeah, you've got to get this. Okay, now that he wins the B5 pawn, feeling less stressed about it if you're Fabiano. By the way, knight takes D6 is a threat.
That's right. Yeah, this is very tough to play with low time for black. That's the main problem.
Both players under 10 seconds, but an extra exchange for white. D6 is falling. Okay. It's a little bit scary here. H6 will fall with check, but where's the beef after that?
I guess he just runs the e-pawn here, and amazingly, there's no, like, nasty checks, I was going to say, but queen takes d5.
Yeah, this is getting crazy, and there's no time for it. Oh my god, the eval bar is going crazy here. Has Black gotten himself a draw?
King h2, queen e5.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable save.
How did that...
Unbelievable, Danny.
Honestly, so let's... I would love to quickly pull up that game really quick as the next one gets started. I want to back up. We'll pull up the live analysis board so that fans can keep their eye on this opening. But in this position I'm on, first of all, where did it get away from Fabi? He was winning. It was right here when he played rook f2 or e6.
I think the move e6, like, the thing is, Black's queen d4 check is easy to underestimate because the only available squares are g2 and h1, and then you drop the d-pawn with another check, and the black bishop might get involved. Like, it's very scary at that point. So, totally underestimated that.
And now he had to give back material. We were back in the game. Okay. But earlier, it was this move knight f5 that caught our attention just to show everybody you couldn't take because of this move, the discovered check, followed by winning the rook, which is why knight f5 earned the brilliant symbol. So, but in the end, all right, on to the next game. Somehow Nodirbek saved a draw there.
Yeah, it's like, I think that game was all Fabi, but there's something that top players tend to do, and Nodirbek pretty much exemplified right there. They're able to stay in the game. They never completely die, right? They're like the villain in the movies. They seem to never die, and look at that. He turned almost a sure loss into a half a point, and now he's got the white pieces.
It's funny, we talk about that with the generation of players who grew up online, and really a lot of them, like Nihao Sarin, we've referred to as even mini Hikaru-esque, because Hikaru Nakamura has done that better than anybody for the last 10 plus years, right? Literally snatching victory or sometimes stalemate from the jaws of defeat. But the young players, Amon, they have the same attitude. They have the never say die mentality because they've already saved so many bad positions in an online time scramble. Why would they give up now, right? When you add a bunch of chess knowledge on top of that, they're able to do it against guys like Fabiano Caruana.
Yep, you said it. They are fearless and always willing to fight. I can't even think the amount of times you see those guys like Nodirbek, Nihal, Firouzja. Like, they'll be in a position that seems to be equal, and they're playing it like they're up a queen or something. Like, they're playing to win every time.
Yep. All right, well, we're back to a Queen's Gambit sort of special. This system, for those who don't know, is one of Fabiano's, well, I guess he's one of the more well-prepared players on the planet ever, so it's hard to say that. But I think this particular system against the Queen's Gambit declined is one that he does well, a Catalan kind of move order. But anyway, right now Nodirbek is on the clock thinking about what to do.
Yeah, these positions are always tough to understand for me personally because you have this massive weakness on the king side for white. You so rarely in chess want to fianchetto and then give up that bishop for a knight. And that's like what this opening is based on. So it's completely counterintuitive for me. Black has a light square bishop and white has massive light square weaknesses on his.
Yeah, but the main issue is that white has won a pawn to go with it, and so the whole idea. Sorry, say that again. I lost you there for a second. Okay, yeah, the main idea Amon was saying is that the light squared bishop is key, but in this variation, what you get for it is the pawn. So white wins the pawn, and after taking on d5, you're in a position where even not just up one pawn, you've got other problems here for black, and so the positional edge that white has is very concrete to compensate for the weak light squares. So, all right, we will continue here looking at that. We've got a poll from chat. Still fans coming in strong. 70% of you voting there for Fabiano. Oh, I guess that's the same poll we had earlier. All right, so calling that out for chat. The fan vote is that many people see Fabiano Caruana as the favorite here. All right, Queen to c6 now played. White wants to keep pressure on the queen side long enough in order to make sure that his light squares never become a problem. That's the idea. But after queen to c6, black is faced with a pretty tough question. This is kind of irritating because the rook is under fire. You can't move the rook off the a-file because the bishop, exactly, and you don't want to move it off the back rank because that just feels wrong. So instead, you have to play this passive move. But now here comes the developing bishop, and opposite-coded bishops in the endgame will be great for white here. It's a no-lose kind of position where you're up a pawn. Maybe you win, maybe you don't. So white would be happy to win another pawn and get the queens off. Opposite-coded bishops in the middle game are what black is ultimately hoping for in a lot of these positions. So right now, Fabiano takes his time before deciding to allow the trade. d4 for c7 pawn. And we'll see what happens here. Rook takes d4 is played. And bishop takes c7 instead of queen takes c7. I think a big part of that was actually the response move. I'll back up and show it real quick. If queen takes c7, I'm pretty sure black might have wanted to keep the queens on the board and immediately set up a plan on the diagonal. Perhaps. So white is just not interested in allowing that, instead trades and takes with the bishop, and we're headed for a position where now even black is not able to get rid of the bishop on c7 and no longer has the idea of popping in on the diagonal here. So a little bit crazy here. It's funny. The eval bar favors white in this position, rightfully so. Right, white's up a pawn. It's a healthy pawn, 2-on-1. But the light squares are a serious problem. And if they ever get loose, the black pieces will go to town on the king side. So I think we've got Amon Hamilton back here. Good to have you with us, sir. His name is Amon Hamilton. He is the chess bra Amon Hamilton. Where'd you go?
Danny. I think what happened there was I was dropping some really crucial knowledge on opposite bishops, and sort of like a big brother moment. Like I was giving too much away.
No, I was going to say, this relationship was working. You and I were bringing balance to the force, and the chaos didn't want any part of it. But you're back, and what's happened is white is maintaining his one-pawn lead, but black is finally maybe getting the bishop and queen on the diagonal here. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that this is like what black wants from the opening. White is about to play f3, which is the reason that this is not devastating. But if you see that e-pawn move up at all, like to e3, I mean, it's basically good night. Queen d5 will be mate. So I think black is happy here, Danny. I know you're down a clean pawn, but as long as the queens are on the board, you have chances.
Yeah. And you pointed out f3 is not a move that you really want to play. It's a move you have to play in order to try to keep the lions at bay. Mm-hmm. Interesting rook d5 there from Fabi. Now, is Nodirbek just forced the queens off, actually?
I would call that an achievement.
Yeah. If the queens come off the board, you're not as likely to get mated. I will say that.
Totally. This is, although the eval bar is hovering around equal, big achievement for white. And now, with moves like f3 coming and rook c2, I think you're covering all of the tender spots in your position. And while it might not be a winning advantage, Danny, it's an extra pawn.
Yeah. It's interesting. Maybe Fabi missed queen c7 or just didn't think he had enough there. Of course, whenever you play these systems as black, your dream is to checkmate your opponent on the light squares, but you're also prepared for this type of endgame. So Fabiano has probably held this position more than a few times in his life. The bishop will try to come to d5. At some point, you basically say, look, I'm down a pawn, but I'm not going to let you win by blockading the light squares.
Yeah, so I don't know why rook d2 is allowed. I think f3 was, for lack of a better word, just a mistake. Even if rook d2 can be dealt with, you have to do some gymnastics that you didn't sign up for. Rook c2, I think there was maybe bishop e4 on the previous turn. So black kind of had a few answers for all of white's natural moves. So it was a difficult spot, but he may have chosen the wrong order here.
Yeah, it's a really good point. The more I'm looking, like, why did he not just stop rook d2? Now you have to guard b2, and the only way to do it is rook b1.
Yeah. And the thing is, black is about to put his bishop on d5, which is essentially going to force a3. And, once A3 happens, Danny, we're not really speaking about an advantage for white anymore. It's just kind of dead even.
What's funny is this move order, actually, I highlighted the idea of bishop d5, but in this move order, I think what Fabi did was even better, because bishop a6 forces the defense, and now black is just winning back the pawn straight up with rook to b8. So I know it's obstacle bishops and mon, but what kind of winning chances you give black here, given that this is a spot that white can never really fix? Maybe there's just not enough beyond that, though.
I think that's exactly right. Just not enough beyond that. And a lot of times what might happen in the worst case is that black wins the e2 pawn, but he won't be able to win it and keep the rooks on the board.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Well,
he's definitely going to push it.
Yeah, he's going to push it at some point. You always have to be careful not to allow some sort of backtrack. For example, I just have to show quickly instead of h3. Like if okay, never mind. h3 had to be played first. But if e3 is ever played, you give a check and the king is mated except for e4, and then black can get f5, and actually suddenly black is winning because of the light squares.
Yep. And this is a very tricky spot, mainly because of the time, Danny. So I'm just noticing he's down to a couple seconds. That's not a good place to be. But rook g1 is insanely resourceful.
Of the two players, you think of Nodirbek as being the younger speed demon, but the truth is, to this point, 2 games in, Fabiano has been the one managing his clock better. And there's a weird mating net here. You play like rook h2, if rook g3, there's bishop b7 check. Okay, the rook keeps an eye on the b7 square.
Yep. And I wonder how many pawns you can give away here as black. Like the move, let's say rook b2, king f3, I was looking at bishop c4. And putting the bishop on d5. Don't care about the a pawn. Don't care about the h pawns. Give me the 2 connected pawns. I feel like that's kind of tricky.
Look at him walk into the face of danger, too, of the discovered check. That's Fabiano Caruana playing for a win here, especially because his young opponent is down to 4 seconds.
Rook h4, bishop h7.
Yeah, now you have to go. It's gut check time. Do you play rook takes h3 and basically take the draw? No, he wants to try to win. Fabiano's continuing to push this. Look at that!
He is, yeah.
Oh my god, 1 second. He literally made that move.
That's insane, yeah. Rook b5. I think the eval bar is not as important as just the practical chances here. The clock, exactly.
Yeah. And Fabiano picks off another pawn, gets the rook coordinated. Let's not... Okay, that a pawn is very dangerous, but let's not underestimate how much better Fabiano's pawns are here, everyone. The connected passers are way better, but wait a second. Has Fabi blundered? Has that pawn gone too far?
Yeah, the thing about the setup that white has is bishop on c5 covers the pawn, so now you bring the rook to hit the promotion square. Yeah, that's just a huge mistake.
Huge mistake there. And Fabiano resigns frustrated because he kind of created his own problems there, right? He pushed for a win when he didn't have to and eventually lost.
Now, as the resident person who gives chat a heart attack getting into time scrambles here, Danny, I can certainly speak and say sometimes you do it to yourself, you get low on time, you lose those games to Fabi, and you're kicking yourself like, what am I doing with 3 seconds against a guy as strong as Fabi? But sometimes, you are just super resourceful, and Fabi overpresses thinking, oh, I'll just beat him on the clock. No, I mean, Nodirbek is insanely resourceful and just as talented when he's got 3 seconds.
Yeah. The chat is already blaming me, and we're only 20 minutes into the show. I didn't jinx Fabi there, okay? Fabi did it to himself. Amon Hamilton said it, which is he pushed for a win in a spot where, honestly, we weren't blaming him, right? Half the time, we're like, look at this. He's pushing on the clock. He's got 2 connected passers. He blundered and allowed that a-pawn to get out of control, but... if you're Fabiano Caruana right now, you got to focus on the positive, which he seems to be on form. I know he's down a game, and it's weird that I'm saying that, but I feel like they're both playing well, and Fabi has to just forget about the actual result of that game.
Totally. And so far, we've seen a consistent pattern of Adusatorov getting low on time, and I think that's really going to be the story here. How do both players handle that situation? Because you never want to get suckered into playing in your opponent's time pressure, like playing as fast as them. You want to use it against them. And we saw Fabi sort of, take the wrong approach there. But, he's a seasoned professional, Danny, so I think he's going to adjust.
Yeah, he should adjust. You'd expect him to, but shout out to the youngster, was still 63 minutes and 40 seconds remaining on the total 5-minute segment. For those of you who might be new to the Speed Chess Championship, we have an hour more of 5 minutes before we move on to faster time controls. So plenty of chess ahead. A long-winded way of saying that.
Absolutely. This is a kind of weird position. Like, I'm impressed that the eval bar doesn't hate black's position more. Because I'm looking at this, doubled B pawns, B4 pawn in particular needs the knight's support from C6, which is why the move D5 is so logical.
Yeah, he plays D5, although we'll say this, not to continue to double down on the point that Fabi is down on the scoreboard, but he's gotten good positions, I think, in like all 3 openings I'm on, right? And he has yet to get a win. So he was borderline winning in the first game if you got here late. Should not have lost that second game. You saw that time scramble. So even though I like Fabi's position, he has the passed D pawn. He still hasn't converted. That's
right, and there's going to be a ton of counterplay here on the A file. Yeah. Rook D to A8, and that A pawn, it's not easy to defend. Rook C2, Bishop A4. So there's already ways that you can sort of hoop yourself here as white.
There's a funny stat right there. This is his 3rd appearance in the SEC, but the first time he didn't face Wesley So in the first round. Well, there you go. It's good not to play Wesley, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that will definitely help your final placement stats. Just not playing Wesley in round 1, I hear that helps a lot.
Yeah, and we're not taking anything away from Fabiano, but Wesley So, as I said when I commentated his match victory last week, has only lost to 2 men in the SEC format, and they are Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. So you can make an argument that Wesley So is the 3rd best speed chess player on the planet, as far as online chess goes anyway. So, all right, but here we go. Queen B4 from Fabi. I think it's a bit of a draw offer from the perspective that if the queens come off, we get B pawn for A pawn. Although, wait a second, maybe I'm misspeaking, right? White has an advantage if that happens. So,
yeah, I think also there's the move B5 could be played, and you're sort of saying, okay, maybe I take that A pawn later. But White's about to play Rook D2, Rook B2, and everything is covered.
Am I crazy for spotting this move here? I'm just like, I think that was interesting. Bishop takes H3 was a move.
You're not crazy, Danny. You're not crazy. You're a lot of things, but not crazy.
I'm a lot of things. Thank you, sir. All right, Rook takes A2. The B pawn will fall. White is up.
Bishop C6. Is there just like
C6.
Is that just
draw?
Boring old draw?
So I guess if you're card 1, are you considering whether you have more here? But it's a risky move, right? If you don't just simplify, you could argue the bishop is the better minor piece. For example, okay, you go for this, but if we get a position where the bishop and pawn can get going, I'm nervous. Although the more I look at it, I probably would have played on 2. Knight E5, you have a passed D pawn. It's hard not to think White has a little bit of something here.
Right. I guess there's a setup, maybe White playing like Knight C4 to B6, where you're blocking the pawn and defending your own pawn. There's like a few setups here, but the bottom line is if you just dislodge the knight, F6, Rook E2, these types of moves, I think there's no way that this doesn't, especially with the amount of time that these players have. Danny, it's not like we're dealing with seconds here. They have like almost half the time on their clock. I'm sure that this will be a draw.
This is the opposite of the first 2 games we saw where both players were still in completely complex craziness when they had no time on the clock. So this one way simpler. Knight to C4 I think can be met by Rook to E4. So that's a little bit, you got to be a little worried about self-pinning. So Fabi's thinking twice about that. But if you play F4, that's a move you can't take back. So instead he goes for the more passive and subtle maneuver.
That's right. Yeah, the knight can go to F4, but it's not really stable on that square. There's always G5. I guess the only thing to watch out for black is if things start to establish on the dark squares. So if white gets D6, Knight C5, Rook B6, some kind of setup like that, but he's certainly going to be keenly aware of that.
And to do some Grandmaster translation of why he just said the dark squares for those who maybe didn't get the memo, whenever you're playing against someone who only has one color bishop, you have to always be thinking strategically about the color complex they can't attack. And so if you can put some sort of, whether it's an oppressive grip or whether it's a blockade on the opposite colors of the bishop, you can dominate, and at times it can feel like you're up a piece because that bishop is just not partaking. So anyway, just wanted to point that out because that was a really nice idea, Mon, and note that Nodirbek is not allowing it. But I'm still liking the general direction of this game for Fabi. I like knight b4, I like d6, I like knight c6, right? He's pushing here.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's keeping it alive. The interesting thing about pawns like this on d5 is, although they are a pass pawn, there's something innate about them, which is that they're closer to the enemy king. So Black's king will become a participant soon in the game, especially the more pieces that get traded. And the pawn will become, let's say, weaker and weaker or easier for Black to attack. White's king can't just jump up to c6 and participate as well. So it's easier for Black's king to get involved.
Yeah. Right on cue as you were making that point. A pair of rooks are traded and the king enters in. And here comes Fabi trying to keep up pace.
Yeah. Now I think, basically you'd like to replace your rook with your king in terms of defensive duty, covering the d-pawn, and use the rook more actively, rook c2, etc. Yeah,
I wondered if rook d4 was the better blockade. I loved that knight on b4 just for all the things it did there already. But Fabiano does relocate the knight. As you said, Nodirbek is getting his king in. By the way, remember how we said there was no time pressure? We might still be playing this game in 2 minutes, and that changes.
That's a good point, actually. And there's been time pressure pretty much every game, so why should this one be any different?
Yeah. All right, that's it. Okay, never mind. Right as we said it, commentators curse. We jinxed them. They might as well offer a draw.
I think he did it for a reason, Danny. I think that only White risks losing that position at some point, because the black has the outside pawn and the d pawn could be lost. So not that was close to happening, but Fabi was like, okay, I'm not going to win this game. What am I doing here? I think he evaluated it correctly, and it was super great defense from Nodirbek.
And obviously Fabiano's down right now, but mature decisions like that, Amon, show experience, and if he does come back in a match, all of us will have forgotten that game. I'm predicting now we won't remember that game, but it's a huge game. It's like the moment of no one to hold him, no one to fold him, right? When the pot odds are stacked against you, like, what are you doing in the hand? Get out. And I loved your point about that outside pass pawn that Black had, because I think a lot of players, Amon, will play that out, and then later they blame time pressure because they lost, or they blame a blunder, but they actually just didn't strategically play the right, hand, right? They were pushing a position they didn't have any business winning, and I think that's instructive for the viewers.
Totally, and it comes with experience, and not to say that Nodirbek lacks experience in this case, but simply the more games you play, like online, those guys will probably play that position out. Guys like Hikaru Nakamura will play that position 100 times, so when he gets into a real game, he's like, I've played this 100 times and I've pushed it successfully, most of the time, I'm going to play here. Or the opposite, and I'm going to, make this a draw because we don't need to get too crazy.
Right. All right, well, here we go. We are in game 4. 1 game is the lead for Nodirbek Abdusaturov. Thanks for being here, chat. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are.
We would be, we would just be crazy people, Danny, if we were just talking to one another. The chat really makes this experience.
The chat really makes this experience. Thanks for bringing your positive comments. We try to feature them throughout the day. And yeah, all right. Well, we're in another Catalan. Well, no, actually, no. We're in more of a traditional. What exactly are? No, it is a Catalan. Okay,
that's right.
It's a Catalan, but more of a traditional looking Catalan than the one we saw last game.
I think the main difference was previously White gave up the bishop for the knight on c6, and here Black traded the knight on c6 for the knight on e5. So just a deviation from from the first time that they played this, and that's why I always say I'm excited for the 5-minute portion of these SCC matches, because it's a experimentation phase where players test out their different openings, and you get to see which ones work, which ones don't, and these players can adapt pretty quickly on the fly.
Yeah. I think I now understand that who will win today thing. I think that's the real-time odds that we're showing, because if Fabiano came in slightly favored, that means right now with Nodirbek leading by 1, the odds would suggest that they're about a 50-50 split. It's the chat poll. Okay, it's a real-time chat poll. Okay, well, I hadn't gotten that confirmed by anyone until just now. The producer confirmed. So there you go. A little bit of context goes a long way.
50-50 is impressive. Like, it's straight down the middle in the chat. Okay, I like it.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you, chat, for playing along, and we see it being updated in real time as you're voting. Twitch and YouTube combined. Look at our stats here. Twitch and YouTube combined to bring us that real-time chat.
I love it.
Well, right now we've got Nodirbek taking a real-time think here. He's been on the clock for more than a minute. But this is a critical position. These Catalans, when you said you were excited for the 5-1 portion, Amon, there's the practical stuff you talked about, right? The gamesmanship of what openings are they trying out. They're jockeying, poking for weaknesses. But there's also theory that gets played in these 5-minute portions. Sometimes it's pretty high quality and deep theory where you're looking at improvements they have. There's a lot of money on the line in these SCCs. So look at this. Nodirbek finds, according to the computer, the best approach by trading and playing queen e4. It hits the rook. You can't play c6 because I'll just take that pawn. Oh, he does play c6. I think white will take the pawn.
It's an interesting move because it almost looks like queen takes c6, queen c8 or something. I'm trying to think though, because you could take that queen and then play knight takes b5.
Yeah, and the knight on d7. All right, analysis board. To the back cave we shallst. Let's do it.
Let's go.
We're looking at ideas like queen to c8, takes, knight takes b5, and if this happens...
I mean, it might just be a whole, fancy way of saying it's equal, but these guys have to calculate all that.
So that's one line. The other option is apparently queen to b6 is a move, but it's similar in that if you take, you still have to deal with the knight. So what is happening here? I don't get it. Oh, there's knight d5 at the end. Very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks good.
Okay. So... I wonder whether either of these players is still in some form of prep. Again, whenever we think of Fabiano Caruana, I think he would say we give him too much credit. But he tends to be very, very deeply versed. And here he does finally play queen c8.
It seems like the most natural move to me. I definitely don't think there's any serious advantage. The pawn on e5 needs defensive attention from white. It also blocks the bishop. But if you can liquidate the queenside pawns, white will have some small advantage waiting for him later. The problem is that c-pawn, Danny, is actually really strong. So even in all the lines we've been looking at, that pawn lives on and the b-pawn falls.
Right. Well, knight takes b5 is played, but I agree. Okay, wow, we're getting a big old desperado tactics, right, galore. Knight takes e5, referred to as brilliant, partly because the idea would be that if you take, you lose the knight in the obvious fashion here. Black picks up a pawn first as a quick way to get some material. But after white takes and takes, I think this is actually just fine for white because the bishop is maybe more ideally placed for... Okay, wow. They don't want to take pieces here, man.
Yeah, it's funny. They don't want to take pieces, and then they're actually creating the biggest imbalance possible. So both guys are actually really willing to fight here, but I give some extra credit to Nodirbek because he had bishop takes e5, bishop c3. Who the heck cares? He's up in the match, move on. But like I said, Danny, these younger players, the younger generation, they're just here to fight. They're here to play every position out until there's just kings on the board. And that fighting spirit is so awesome to watch.
Agreed. Every game will go down to the wire, and as we keep saying, it's because they've grown up online, if you will. They've won equal rook endings you're not supposed to win, right? They've flagged their opponent ruthlessly enough times that they don't even think about it anymore, right? So, by the way, rook to d1 pokes at a back rank problem for those keeping track.
And you can't really move the f pawn. I mean, I suppose you can do a number of things because the b pawn is hanging, but generally I think you needed to play h6 or h5, and white's probably going to play things like f3, e4, king coming to the middle of the board, and if c3 happens, I think white's ready to play b3.
Wow, just keep the pressure here. White is ultimately relying on one dynamic, which is that the bishop will probably be a better piece than the knight if we get some passed pawns flying. If white somehow is coordinating to win something, the bishop is a better piece. And I like Amon's plan of f3, bring the king behind the structure. The reason I'm liking Nodirbek's position is I feel like I see those moves for him to improve. How exactly is black improving this position? Besides just sitting tight.
Yeah, the knight, it takes a very strong player to restrict the knight, but what white will do, probably leave that e pawn on e2 for now, because you just don't want to allow knight e5 to d3. And like when the knight thinks about maybe going to d5, that's when pawn on e4 makes more sense. But you can always leave it in reserve and play it later once the knight arrives there. So I think white just has the options.
And this 97 was a mistake, and I wonder if it has something to do here with these pieces, because yeah, you've got ideas where the rook can give check, and then you can bring the bishop out, and you sort of take advantage of the awkwardness. Oh, he plays bishop f4 first, but the same idea. He wants to play check, and even if you're not winning the exchange, he wants to somehow get the rooks on the 7th rank and take advantage of the pieces here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this seems to allow some kind of f6, e5. Like if he plays bishop c3, then knight d5.
If we bring up the analysis board real quick, we'll show exactly what it was, because we see a missed opportunity here revealed, and that's exactly, it actually was the idea we were talking about. This rook can move to d8, and when this rook moves, you come back to d7, and you're actually creating a bunch of problems here, or actually you bring the other rook in. But in either case, this was the opportunity white had.
Yeah, that's really, really nice. And now that it hasn't been played, you see that I think Fabi's a little bit happier with the position. Bishop on c3 versus c1, surprisingly, actually means a lot for the position.
Yeah, and Fabi's gotten the knight in, and now he comes to b5, which if he can force the rook ending, he'd probably be happy at this point. Nodirbek doesn't want it. How many time scrambles with a knight and bishop in balance are we going to see in this match? Can we get an over-under on that from chat? This is, I think, the third one.
Yeah, it's become routine for these guys. So they're just used to it at this point. I mentioned this in the last position, but white's king will be slightly more useful than black's king when it comes to maybe this advanced c-pawn or the endgame in general. So we'll see how they played out.
Wow, c3, what a spicy move. Note that if takes, and rook c2, there was knight d1 discovered check, so that was the key. White plays rook c2 first. But now I think we can get a trade. If you take b2, rook takes, and then you move the knight to safety, maybe that's what black should do. No.
Yeah, you'd have to go knight d6 there.
Wow, knight c7, best move according to the computer. You hit the rook, so you're once again inviting the rook ending. We're getting a big old trade.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is just evening out completely. Knight c5 maybe could be played, but rook b7. Yeah, rook b7 I guess is just simple.
Okay, but 2 seconds for Nodirbek. He likes living on the clock. He's not afraid to dive into the danger here, man.
I do think that most players just have this opinion that the knight is kind of better than the bishop when you get lower on time, and it's definitely correct. So this will be about whether Nodirbek can handle the bishop-knight dynamic with low time, which is seriously tough to do.
And look, here comes a fork. It's the first knight threat, and it wins a4. Nodirbek makes his first knight blunder.
There you go.
And you called it, man. That was a nice one. And now you're threatening rook to b2, hitting the e2 pawn.
Yep.
Knight's going to come to e6 into d4, and then the rook will maybe renew this threat.
Yeah, so bishop e3 is the annoying move. He needs knight b6, and it's just tough to get the pieces mobile here if you're black.
Yeah, but we shouldn't underestimate how important this is for Fabiano, because he's down a game in the match. Even if objectively white should hold, from a practical perspective, as you said, the knight is better than the bishop. The tactics and time pressure should favor black. Don't play knight c4. That would have been a piece. Okay,
knight c4, rook g6. I think you could try knight c4. Ooh.
Now you can. Yeah, Nodirbek is holding on though. Credit to the youngster.
And don't think that white has no winning chances either, because this is in a similar vein to what Fabi overpressed last time. You know, if you try too hard, I do think there's still room for things to go wrong.
He just blundered the pawn, and Fabiano shakes his head. Just like you said, are there chances to go wrong right now? He's going to put the knight on f7 and hold. So he's got that going for him. He should have put the knight on f7.
Takes. What happens here? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
The end of the game happens. Man, I tell you, Abdus Torov, he has a style that's very difficult for me to pinpoint, so I'm just going to use one word. He's just tough. He's just gritty. He never quits on the position, and his ability to save results is so impressive to me.
I couldn't have said it better myself, so I won't even try. He has persevered under real pressure multiple times already in today's match, and we're just getting started. This is our first kind of halftime break in the 5-minute portion. He takes a 1-game lead over Fabiano Caruana. Again, if you're just tuning in, you might want to stick around. This has the makings of what could be a thriller. Caruana was slightly favored coming in. Abdusattorov has the lead. Quick thoughts on what Fabi's thinking before we head to the break?
Well, right now, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head earlier. You said that he's actually in form, and I kind of agree. So I think he's just going to be thinking about the time pressure that he's been able to put Nodirbek in and how he can use that to his advantage.
It's a great point. He has played well. This match is a close one. I think it's going to stay that way. Don't go anywhere. It's the 2023 Speed Chess Championship. It's presented by Coinbase. It has a lot more action ahead when we get back. Welcome, everyone. We are here with Judith Polgar, the legendary chess player, one of the greatest chess players of all time.
And I went my next move. I said, no, I'm not moving my queen. I'm not moving my bishop. But actually, I'm going to give checkmate or winning great material. And I went knight e3. It works only that way. If you're an attacker, you sacrifice something, go all the way until the end. Don't chicken out in the meantime at some point, because many times there is a point there is no way back. It's only forward. How is it to play with Kasparov? When you saw him personally, he really had this incredible energy.
Judith, thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you're ready to dive into the past with us.
Oh, absolutely. I'm very happy to share with you some of my most memorable games.
I'm Andrea.
And I'm Alex.
And we've been playing competitive chess since we were 6 years old.
We started by focusing on classical chess, but later we fell in love with playing Blitz and Bullet online.
Chess has been around for more than 1,000 years, but that doesn't mean that we can't modernize it.
Financial systems have been around for even longer. Sounds like it's time for an update.
And Coinbase is doing just that, re-envisioning an entirely new financial system that is decentralized and fully transparent.
Also, huge thank you to Coinbase for sponsoring competitive chess and making events like the SCC happen.
Go to coinbase.com/update the system to learn more.
It's a Monday. It's the Speed Chess Championship. It's presented by Coinbase. He's Amon Hamilton. Danny Wrench here. We got a close one developing here, Amon. But before we talk about the scoreboard and get into what both players might be thinking about, let's remind everybody of Fabiano Caruana and his career. I'm going to let you kind of take the wheel. A man that hardly needs an introduction. He's overcome more than a one-game deficit before. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about a multiple-time U.S. champion, too, to be precise, Danny. I mean, that already says a lot when you think about the competition that he's got there. Also, how about the FIDE World Championship runner-up? I mean, This is a guy, as you see him there on your screen, who, honestly, he doesn't really look the part. He's just hanging out. You know, he's got the fro out, and who would know that behind those lenses is such a chess talent, Danny.
Super chess talent. And again, we talk about the fact that he had a reputation for a while that we thought was overblown as far as not being as strong in the faster time controls. And I think he's been a consistent participant in the SEC because he gets out of the first round all the time. The guy is putting pressure on the top seeds even if he hasn't made it to the semis. And, he knows his way through the Speed Chess Championship format. I don't think he's rattled because he's down by a game right now.
I don't think he is. I don't think, to be quite frank, that any player in this competition would be rattled being down a game. Everyone knows just how momentum-based the Speed Chess Championship can be. And speaking of momentum, that's what the break can kind of be good or bad for certain players for, because it can break someone's momentum as, maybe that break is going to be the perfect refresh for someone like Fabi to just say, okay, take a step back, we're down a game, let's collect ourselves and try to use the time pressure that he's put Abdusattorov in almost every game.
And look at that. Speaking of collecting ourselves and maybe rethinking the match strategy, he goes back to the first opening he tried. If you're just tuning in, game one today saw Fabiano Caruana play this variation of the symmetrical English and get a pretty good position as white. Ultimately, he failed to win that game, but it's the closest he's come to a dub yet. So look at him, Amon, going right back to it. But look at Nodirbek. He says, guess who looked at this opening at the break, bro? I know what I'm doing now.
Yeah, he made one key change, which is not going to disturb Fabiano greatly, but the move, of course, was queen to a5. So just one simple move, it hits the bishop on a3, forces it to go back to b2, and the one thing that it does is it just removes any of that d4, d5 stuff that white was getting in the previous game. However, Fabi's not upset because queen a5, now he's playing a regular position where black's queen might be misplaced, and that's why he moved it back.
Yeah. Interesting stuff. High-level footwork going on between two chess heavyweights here. And I like your point. Yeah, those who've been here the whole time will remember that Fabiano kept his bishop on a3, and ultimately that diagonal was why he got great pressure and got the advantage. Mm-hmm. So even though I'm with you, Amon, that his position isn't bad now just because he doesn't have the bishop on a3, I think from a practical perspective, I'm happy to see Nodirbek using his break well. He knows that was a weakness. He went back, clearly took a look at it, and now he's up on the clock and in a better position at least that he had in game one.
Absolutely, and just such focus from both players. I always point this out because I do think it's truly unique. When you're playing over the board chess, the way that Nodirbek is thinking right now is actually really common. Yeah. But I hardly ever see anyone do this online. It's just a really weird thing to take both your hands off the mouse. It's kind of like having no hands on the steering wheel while you're driving, Danny. It's just like, whoa, wait a minute.
Well, and it shows you the level of focus they're bringing, right? Oh, they do it in over-the-board tournaments because those are historically where the highest stakes chess were played. That was before the internet, before Chess.com and all the online entities were hosting big money events. And what we've got here is frankly two players who are taking this very seriously, right? He puts his hands on his head because he's focused and he's dialed.
He is dialed in, and he's obviously done some work on this line. I like the fact that right now what we're probably going to see is, I would assume bishop takes b2. I don't think there's knight takes c5, so bishop b2, knight b2, and then what he'd love to do is something like b6 and bishop b7, but interesting that he goes for queen d6 first. Might transpose.
Yeah, queen d6 to guard the pawn. The funny thing about that is, if you play queen c2 now and hit the pawn, I guess b6 can still be played. But maybe white doesn't want that. Does white want to go for d4, and perhaps that's why he put the queen on the diagonal? Maybe to kind of stop that?
Totally. I think that's a fantastic point, Danny, and well noted that if b6, d4 would have been a strong reply. And now that's not an option. So Fabi's kind of pausing because, wait a minute, Danny, you're not supposed to fianchetto your knights, right? Knight on b2, knight on d3. I mean, this is a weird knight right now.
And he tries to fix it, but now the knight is in front of a pawn, and here comes a bishop to a diagonal that might make it feel even more awkward than it already does. So Fabi brings the knight to f4. It's not every day you see a game where white has delayed moving the center pawns this long, right? White is really refusing to play d3 or d4, and at some point black might get d4 and try to grab a space advantage to make the pain.
That's right. The knight on e7 is actually doing like a very important job defending the knight on c6. It might not look like it, but there's a lot of moves like b4 and d4 that just don't hit as hard because the knight on c6 is well protected. Because technically, black's not really finished development yet. He hasn't decided where to put that c8 bishop, and it could go either direction. Bishop a6, bishop f5, bishop g4.
Yeah. It's a really good point. A very common tactic in this sort of, it's almost like a Maroczy bind kind of style position. If the knight is loose, is to make a shot like d4 or b4, but that's not possible here. It's a really good point. And so now black is getting extra aggressive with the bishop coming out to a6. It's funny, the computer doesn't like it, but I think this is exactly what a human being would do here to put the bishop on the slightly more active position, especially because if you go to b7 and that diagonal ends up getting blocked. So anyway, this looks like a very equal game. Full of time pressure scrambling ahead here.
Yep, and I really like your move d4 from black. That seems like the right idea. I think at the moment, maybe one of the reasons why it's not as good is the knight on e7 will be loose from the rook on e1. But if that wasn't the case, I really love the move d4 for black. And there's one thing that Nodirbek probably wishes he could change about his position, and it's probably his pawn on a7 being on a5. It's just a feel-good, pawn structure to have the pawn in front of your bishop, guarding the b4 square, so you're not blocking anything.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And if he had more time, he probably would have tried to set up that thing, but he didn't. Although now that you've said d4, I want to analyze that because I've been staring at d4, and I don't actually see any tactics for white on it. So let's try it. Yeah, computer thinks it's fine for black too, because if you take, I think you can even just, you can probably take with pawn or knight, but I think this is fine. And there's no real tactics. So I love the transition here. A computer might still say that white is a little better here, everyone, but this is getting better and better for black. Just look at the optics of where these pieces are freaking placed here. This is a problem. So I love d4. He doesn't go for it, but maybe he should have.
I think there's something about d4 where black would love to play e takes d4, knight takes d4, and maintain pressure on the d-pawn for white, and maintain a piece on d4. But after knight takes d4, he's forced to play cd4 because of that knight on e7. So that's the issue that he's facing. He needs to play like knight f5 first, but both players kind of know that that's the dance right now.
Okay, that's fair. We didn't analyze that, but if the end of the line was a pawn, you're right, then black doesn't have those optics that I was highlighting that just look so pretty. Now Fabi probably was preparing to meet d4 with e4, with this pawn on d3.
Yep. Although I think, you're okay with that for both sides, honestly. I think it's just a dynamic position.
Why would you translate? I translate the grandmasters from time to time. Translate the computer here. Why does the engine like white in this position? Just by a little bit.
Well, I think that there's the move b4 is always on tap, and b4 is actually a really destructive move to black's position, so black always needs to keep it in mind. Queen d2 is directly for the move b4. So it definitely feels like white has this move to keep black always needing like a pawn or a knight covering it. And then you want to go d4, but there's pressure from the g2 to b7 bishop. There's pressure from the rook on e1 to the e7 knight, rook on c1 to the now c7 rook. So there's just a lot of things that black has to keep in mind, and the move d4 kind of strikes at all these things at once. So I think just too many things to keep covered for black. And he's certainly done a great job keeping them covered so far, but it's that constant need to defend things and watch over things.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask you to translate the computer more often. I feel like I could fall asleep to that. Some ASMR, Amon Hamilton translating Stockfish. You ever thought about that?
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Maybe ASMR, Amon's Stockfish meditation rehab.
Dude, I would fall asleep to you translating Stockfish evaluations in the best way, not in any. All right, but look, Rook C3, C4 is played. Black is keeping it closed, and in the end, he doesn't pop the knight in. I thought he would go knight B3 and A5. Instead, he retreats. It's funny. Here, the computer doesn't like white as much, although I look at the D pawn as being such a big weakness with the knight and bishop here. But maybe the C4 pawn being secured is actually a very good long-term advantage for Black.
Yep, I think if Black could play the B5 move that you were highlighting, it would be a serious position for Black. So actually, Fabi probably picked a great moment to play B5 himself.
Okay. It's really interesting to look at that, where you keep your opponent's pawns from being connected with that little incision there.
Yeah, and I'm starting to look at the king side here, and I'm almost waiting for the, when is the H6, G5 for Black going to happen? I think King G7. Right. Basically, things are kind of closing up on the queen side. I don't know if there's much more to be done. So you're going to see the play transition to the middle of the board and the king side is what I'm expecting.
And I anticipate that maybe White should have played a move like E4 while he had the chance. It's a scary move to play, but if this, I'm just highlighting, if somehow Black ends up getting pieces on E4, then I'm really, really worried about what might happen next. Oh, what? Is that a piece? Knight's hanging. He just blundered a knight. And he missed it. The knight is hanging.
Oh, my God. And is Fabi going to realize it? Because Fabi...
Oh, dude, Noder, did you see that look?
Fabi hasn't noticed yet, as far as I can see, but that's an insane blunder, and it's almost like both guys did not expect them to blunder, so they weren't looking for it.
Dude. And anyone who backs up, clip it and ship it for social media fans, Nodirbek saw that he got away with murder there.
The whole piece.
Wow.
It's almost a good thing that Fabi doesn't notice, because if Fabi started to realize that he had a free piece and didn't take it, he might be playing this position on more tilt than he currently is.
Right, I totally agree. Sometimes the ignorance is bliss, as they say, right?
That's right. That's 100%
You can analyze
right.
later and realize you missed a win, but not during the game.
97. He's blundering everything.
Fork! Let's go, Fab. Dude, this is actually turning into worse signs for Fabiano, because if he's missing these obvious wins, oh my gosh.
It's crazy. And he's still got a winning position. Let's say a better position, Danny. How crazy is that?
It is crazy, but if he doesn't win this game, what a bad sign that is for Fabiano Caruana fans, because it's not... Missing one win is one thing, but when you have a game where you miss multiple wins, that may not spell... Okay, is knight takes e6 just winning on the back rank? Okay, he does see that. Game over.
Yeah.
Wow.
That should be enough. Okay. He's amazing. He does get that win. I still don't know if Fabi saw that, but if you're Nodirbek here, you have to be thinking in your head, like, okay, we kind of deserve to lose that game.
Let's bring up the analysis board real quick. I just want to show the end of that game, because it was resigned, but I think for a lot of people, it may not be so obvious right at the end. Knight takes e6 is actually a great move. A queen sacrifice if you want to show it, because if rook takes c3, we have rook a8 check, puzzle rush time, everybody blocks, and in the end, you're trying to move as fast as you can like Amon Hamilton, because you're like, I got to get to 40, and you have to do is take every piece on the way to mate. So just wanted to show that before we head back over to the live game in progress. So,
and it's so weird, isn't it? The truth, Danny. Though, like you obviously were watching the highest level of chess being played, the highest level players, but they still have the exact same moments as the rest of us, where you blunder something and your opponent doesn't notice, and it's almost like you and the opponent have the same exact blind spot at the same exact time. It's funny how in sync you can be with your opponent sometimes.
It really is, and I don't even know that it has anything to do with telekinesis, Kyle, right? Shout out to Tenacious D, or any kind of weird telepathy. I think there's a moment that you share when you're deep in thought with someone, where you're both you're not even thinking about the present position, right? You're both thinking about plans and you're countering each other. And so you almost just sort of take for granted what's in front of you. And it happens rarely that players of this level would miss it, but it does happen. And it's not that abnormal. So,
Yep.
All right. We've got a tied match. Man, for Fabiano Caruana fans, they breathe a sigh of relief because if he didn't get that one, he had problems.
That's true. And we're repeating this position now, which I'm not sure whose decision it was because I didn't quite catch, where certain players deviated or stayed the same. But it seems to me like this is more of a decision that Fabi would take. So interesting. He's totally comfortable playing this again.
Well, it's funny. You and I liked his position just before Nodirbek got the queens off the board. Remember, we were saying Black got what he wanted at the opening. Let's analyze again because we're here. Might as well show everybody. Queen to e7 was played in the previous game. White wins back the pawn. And the point of this line is White is up a pawn but has permanently sacrificed light square protection. We already had a game where Fabiano eventually got compensation but then let the queens come off the board. So that's what Amon is referring to. And by the way, we're getting maybe a similar idea now.
I think so. And it's also the case that this is the way that Black is used to playing this position. So one way or another, he's going to want to get back to that territory where you've got the weaknesses on the king side. And now that White's played the move a3, it's also much weaker on the queen side. So rook on b8 will hold that pawn on b2 there for basically the rest of the game.
Yep. Rook on b8 holds b2. In some cases, when the d file becomes open, you get pressure here because, as Amon pointed out, White can never really protect this pawn with the easy move e3 as you would in any other position, because the moment you do that, you really have risked the light squares. And so if you just use your imagination, White takes the pawn here. Black has all kinds of pressure, and White is struggling for moves because of just how dangerous it... Okay, we might see it, because of just how dangerous these light squares can be. So, and note that Fabi goes for it. He could have actually taken c4 and gone to immediately the obstacle bishop ending, but he wants that middle game. He wants his chances on the diagonal.
Yeah, I think a lot of times you can play this position with Black really unambitiously, where you just play down a pawn in opposite bishop position. I think in a speed chess match, that's actually a really poor strategy because you're just handing the only chances in the position to your opponent. That doesn't feel good. So it makes more sense, given the circumstances, he wants to play a position with the queens on.
Yeah, computer didn't like queen c3 because, well, let's just be honest, computers are greedy, right? And but I can understand Nodirbek's decision to not want to open that deck. Anyone looking at this in chat knows what it's like to lose a game to a checkmate attack, and so we're not gonna pass judgment to Nodirbek for not taking the pawn.
Right, and he's got pressure now on e2. So I think Fabi has a lot of options here, because you mentioned the worst type of move to play is e3. And he's trying to bait that move out. He's putting enough pressure that he's saying, please, play e3. You keep your extra pawn, but I get all the pressure.
And now Black has a decision. Do I try to defend e6, whether it's c6 with rook e6 or rook c8, or do I get rid of that pawn with bishop takes e2 but allow queen takes c6? I trust Mr. Caruana has probably played this position before, but look at that. It shows he wants that practical edge, Amon. He's not trying to get the pieces off the board. He wants to keep playing this.
Totally. And there's going to be pressure on e2. I mean, White has moves like rook c2 to watch over that, but Black can also just stick the bishop on b5, play a4, and bring the rook to the middle of the board, and it's just all in on the e2 pawn.
Nodirbek desperately wants those queens off because he's worried about long-term checkmate problems. This will be a funny moment. Fabiano going to avoid the queen trade again, I expect, whether he takes b2 or finds somewhere else. I don't think he wants the queens off the board. Okay. Well, I'm going to get out of here. I don't know.
I think he would have done something different if you had suggested something different. Like, he was going to do the opposite of whatever you suggested, no matter what.
It's exactly, because they're baiting chat. Fabi's like, look at this. Danny's predicting no queen trade. Take that, featured chat. All right. Well, jokes aside, in hindsight, I guess it makes a lot of sense, because in this case, Amon, he was able to steal the pawn without taking more pieces off the board. There's no trade. And so what's funny is the queens are off the board, Amon, but in this case, that doesn't mean that white is totally out of light square danger.
That's right. Yeah, it's a kind of an uncomfortable feeling. Also, king g2 or something here does actually lose material to bishop f3 and bishop g2. So, yeah, actually what we might get here, I was looking at the move a4. I'm not sure how much sense that makes, but it has the nice idea of stopping bishop b5, which is black's guaranteed strong defensive resource.
A monstradamus. Someone said Nostradamus, sarcastically making fun of me. I'm going to call you a monstradamus. Anyway, that's a great move.
You have to say it 5 times every time.
You have to say it 5 times. It doesn't go. But Amon's point is really good. Sometimes the best move, chat, is you don't have a great plan, but you prevent your opponent from establishing the ideal position. And A4 really did that. So that was a good call out, Amon. But I'm gonna say that despite the eval bar liking white, from a practical perspective, I don't think Fabiano has lost all of his pressuring chances here.
No, but I guess the only point to, I guess sort of to the contrary, is that we may get into a similar situation that we had in a previous game, where I believe that Fabi might start to get slightly optimistic about his chances, and we may see an A-pawn for Nodirbek run up the board again. So it feels like it's a repeat battle of what we just had.
And bishop c7 is a great move, highlighting the other secondary purpose of a4, not just to hold b5, but to make sure that pawn was dead where he stands. And bishop to c7 is a really nice move from Nodirbek. Suddenly Fabiano has to use his 1-minute time advantage. Okay, I like this move. You know what? I got made on the brain, Amon. You know what I'm talking about. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I know that f4 can be played here, but I wouldn't even underestimate the move f3. It looks like really silly to just give up a pawn, but your king then has enough air that you're not going to be getting mated for sure, and I feel a little uncomfortable allowing bishop f3 with the f pawn on f2.
Okay, I feel you. Will Nodirbek free the king or laugh in the face of danger? He answers it before I can complete my anecdotal unnecessary pop culture reference. He does laugh in the face of danger. Muhahaha. Look at this, Amon. He just says, I'm just going to take the pawn. Where's the mate? Like, I got the boundary covered.
Yeah, that's actually a great arrow you just highlighted. Bishop f3, rook c5 to c1. And it's like, okay, I get it. You got lots of pressure, but if I leave a rook on the back rank, there will never be mate.
Yeah. Fascinating and gutsy, but that's how chess games are won at this level. You can't miss your opportunities, and Nodirbek goes for it. Look at this move g5, though. He's going for the long-term chances now, and Monty's like, look, I might be down 2 pawns, but I'm going to get g4. I'm going to make sure you will never escape on the light squares, and I will be poking at checkmate from now until kingdom come.
And, ultimately that a-pawn for white should not really get past a5.
That's fair. That's a really good point, actually, yeah. Okay, he's got the bishop retreating. So look, this is a different idea. He wants to undermine the d5 pawn, maybe.
Yep. Yeah, black's just saying, okay, I'll bring my king into h3, and that's why it's so reminiscent of their previous game, where Fabi's letting the queen side just go, and meanwhile, he's got this sort of aggressive plan where I'm not sure Fabi's even ready to admit that he's not playing for a win.
Yeah, it's crazy. And again, that's where we have the eval bar, and it's good stuff. It helps us see big blunders and gives us context. But make no mistake, this position is not equal for both sides in terms of how hard it is to play. There's a very dangerous position here for white. I think that Nodirbek knows what he's doing, but this bishop is a thorn. It guards everything. And look at the black king. It's like the computer is fine with white, but I'm loving black's chances here.
Totally, and that, as I said, that a-pawn is not going past a5, so it's really just kind of a dead-end situation.
Dude, look at, now he's bringing the rook to f6. And it's funny because I don't want to go on a speech or tangent here, even though I have a fun story to tell because I want to stay in the moment. But this does remind me a little bit, Amon, of what Fabi said at the World Championship commentary for 2021, where he said we go for positions where someone has a small advantage and they think that they can play it, but we know that it's very playable. And long term, black is now outplaying white from what Fabiano just did it. Just outplayed white from an equal position as black.
Yep, and this is why I was saying I don't disagree with Fabi's decision earlier in the match to play on. I didn't disagree with it. It's just that the execution was there from Nodirbek. He is able to find insane moves under time pressure, but he's not going to be able to do that every single game. And if he is, power to him.
And look at this position. We were already calling it. Forget what the eval bar says. This points out from every practical perspective, the moment the king went to e4, you were watching. You saw our excitement. We were like, oh my God, the black king is coming in. There are problems, and Caruana converts the dub from what a lot of fans would say, oh, how did white lose that? It was an obscure bishop position, but not so fair to say that. That was a very difficult game for white. And back to the point, for anyone who doesn't know that story, Fabiano talked about preparation at the highest of highest levels. And he said these days with computers, you can hold a lot of positions. And a lot of times the biggest advantages you get, and Magnus does this well too, Amon, is going for positions where you're giving your opponent a little bit of an edge, but you've looked so deeply in the position that you either know it's safe or there's a lot more opportunities for them to go wrong than they think, and you hope to catch your opponent choosing lines like that where they're underestimating how hard it is to play, because objectively they're like, oh, the computer said it was equal, but you went deeper.
Yep, that's a great point. And would
anyway,
you look at this, Danny? This is what a treat. Everyone's favorite exciting opening, the London system.
If I could, I would delete the London from chess. Did I just reveal my feelings right there?
Like you'd press the button.
I would update the system, courtesy of our presenting sponsor Coinbase. I would update the system, and in the new system, en passant on every move is forced. If you have it, it's forced, and the London no longer exists.
Wow. So does that mean like d4 bishop f4 is unplayable, or does that mean that we go back to an age where it wasn't discovered yet and we wait to see who discovers it first?
Now that's fascinating. I kind of thought the former. I thought it was like you're just not allowed to play it, like you try and it just doesn't allow you.
Because I see what you're doing, Danny. You're giving me an opportunity to find it and name it the Amon Hamilton system. I see what you're doing here.
I could go for that too. I'll say this. If en passant was forced, by the way, that would actually be funny, because now en passant becomes a trap. If you ever get your pawn in a bad spot, like you could be trapped into playing en passant. I think that's actually an interesting variant to consider. En passant is forced.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Here we go. We're back at it.
Good to hash out our thoughts there.
Yeah. We've got bishop g3, but jokes aside, the London is actually a very good blitz weapon, and it's a system that, by design, if you can get a structure that you know better than your opponent, here comes tactics where they can blunder, maybe positions where they get under time pressure. Amon, you know this position much better than me, so tell me how much you like white here.
All right, Danny, if you want to pull up an analysis board, I'll give you my thoughts on the London here.
Amon Hamilton knowledge commence.
Let's go before bishop g3. There's one idea which I really like, which is when you're faced with this type of situation, especially with a bishop on d7, because that means the knight on f6 can't retreat to d7. You take the bishop on d6, you play knight e5, and your next move is f4. And you play a fun stonewall really quickly with bishop d3, queen f3, g4, g5, castle kingside, and black has a hard time like moving the knight on f6 and playing pawn to f6 himself. And any knight c6, you're just hitting them with f4. You don't care. So I've had a lot of success playing these types of positions. So I think that's maybe something you could have gone for. But Fabio went for a really sort of a mainstream approach, like bishop g3 is like classic. And then bishop d3, I think he followed up with.
Oh, I love that idea. So there you go. Quick little London analysis, a little knowledge nugget. Put it in your pocket. Spend it at the next Chess Bra stream you're watching. Subscribe to the Chess Bras today. Amon, the London specialist Hamilton. I couldn't agree more.
The way that I would play bishop d6 and knight e5 here, Danny, like it would just be quick draw McGraw. Like
you wouldn't even. Let me ask this for someone who wants to learn, asking for a friend. Is it bad to play knight e5 before bishop d6? Like what is the? Is it just because white can get kicked out with f6 eventually, or why isn't knight e5 and keep the bishop on the board an option?
I think both are viable, definitely. So knight e5 there, and then pawn f4 would be nice. You give the extra option of bishop h4 for yourself. But you also block your g-pawn, so like your attack gets going a little bit slower. But no, I wouldn't ever classify those as like you definitely do one and not the other. I think players just develop a preference based on their experience. So I think both are good options.
So what's this bishop h4 move? He didn't go for the Amon Hamilton shake and bake on d6 and pop the pony. He's keeping all the pieces on the board. This is kind of interesting because there's no knight d7 to protect the knight.
That's right, and I think he would thrive if black played a move like bishop e7. The reason why I'm not sure bishop h4 is that good, I mean, it's a good move, but not like anything too crazy, is because of exactly what you're seeing, where black's like, yeah, give me g takes f6. Yeah. I actually don't mind this position. So I'm excited to see the imbalance play out here, Danny, because white's looking at things like knight h4, queen out immediately, and meanwhile black has the dark squares all under his control. So if black had, succumbed to the pressure and thought, oh, I have to defend f6, bishop e7, we would have seen knight e5, f4, and it would have been like a really nasty position.
I love that. Really instructive stuff here. So black has the dark squares. Black has clear plans of how you want to undermine this, but white has the open king and the long-term attacking chances. I'm with you, though. The more I look at it, the more I'm liking the exchange for black, and here goes the computer kind of slightly favoring the second player.
Yep.
So
that's why I don't really love this bishop takes f6 thing. You think that it's like a threat because you're doubling the pawns in front of the king, you're exposing it, but actually black's happy to go king h8 and rook g8 and, maybe even a different plan, c4 and pawn to f5 is another common way to play this position for black.
Yeah, talk about some light square problems. White will have a lot of them if black gets, and here goes, Nodirbek. Not waiting to be asked for permission. Look at this. Light squares. Can I highlight it before he does it? Hold on. Go, Danny. Go. Go. Oh, there's one pawn. I went as fast as I could.
Well, I don't think he's going to be playing a6, so we might not get them all in light squares, but I can't sugarcoat this. This is not a good position for white. It's not the end of the world. There's play for white here, but black is completely happy with the outcome of the opening, and I don't think this is any real try for white.
So not a successful attempt for the London, as much as it pains me to admit it. Just kidding.
I can hear you laughing already.
Exactly. No, but it is instructive nonetheless, especially because you highlighted maybe the ways that white should have played it differently earlier. Look at this turnaround, right? Black is now using the G file, using the diagonals, and white is back to sort of positionally hoping for some space by undermining the queen side. Not your everyday London.
That's right. I will say I think this position for white is worse over the board than it is in Blitz because white's position is so solid. Like, truly, everything defends everything. You don't have any weak points. So sometimes it's just really hard for black to undermine your setup. If black plays e5, all of a sudden the f pawns and the d pawn is super weak. So black also doesn't have like easy ways to progress. But, if you have a lot of time to play this position or in classical, I feel like you feel a little bit helpless as white.
Yeah, that makes sense. The grind is a lot easier when you have a ton of time for black and you just ensure you keep the grip. But I think from a Blitz perspective, it's much closer. Seeing the way that the path of the game followed, you go back there, you see black's edge dip down the moment he didn't follow Amon Hamilton's advice, and he went for this bishop h4, bishop takes f6 idea. We're going to rename that eval graph to the Amon meter. The Amon meter.
It's a wonder that name hasn't caught on already. It just rolls off the tongue.
Let's add an O. Whenever you add an O, it rolls up a monometer. It rolls off the tongue a little easier. Yeah. Okay. The Amonometer, we check in with the Amonometer, everyone, and black is better ever since white didn't follow the right idea. But here goes rook b7.
Yeah, this is kind of like if white just trades things off, I feel like he's not going to be significantly worse in any kind of endgame. I believe that black will be better with the bishops and more space and the weak pawn on c3. But, white just has these creative ways to defend everything, like knight b1, like knight f4 to e2. I just feel like you're not going to be able to attack things enough.
Yeah. So despite the eval bar, despite the Amonometer, look at this. From now on when we talk about the Amonometer, I'm going to do that.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. Can someone Photoshop Amon's face right where the black advantage started? That would be super fantastic for me. Put the Amon emote right there for the Amonometer to live. All right, I'm sorry. I'll stop now. Okay.
I'm all over the place there. There you go.
All right, but note that White's advantage has now kind of come back. You called it, right? You said over the board, this is easier for Black to convert. In Blitz, often Black will let the grip slip. And here, Fabi is back to just a very solid position.
Yeah, I don't really know how to describe it, but basically I don't think that Fabi is risking a lot here. I also don't think that Nodirbek is risking a lot, but Fabi's position I didn't like, so I think it's more of an achievement for him to be like okay here.
Right. In Blitz, it's funny because this isn't going to stay this way. At some point, we probably get even worse time pressure. King to G6 is played. What is Black doing? I mean, he's walking his king into... I would not trade... Yeah, Queen C2.
He doesn't want to.
Look at this.
Sure. Yeah, Black
see
did not
need... Look at that.
Yeah, he did not need to play King G6. I think he expected Knight F4. He was expecting almost like White to repeat there, and he's a little shocked to find that's not the case.
And we highlight the move that turned the Amana meter around. It was King to G6, and White's advantage started to go back the other direction. Nodirbek has gotten himself in trouble here.
Yeah, this is a bad position now. This is just questionable. Knight F3 nearly threatens some weird checkmate with Knight H4.
Dude, he does it. Knight H4 and like... we're about to get in puzzle rush territory where it's one of those weird positions and there's a weird mate.
Yep. Yeah, this is going to be very strange because Black's queen pretty much doesn't exist.
Dude, speaking of puzzle rush, there's a forced mate with Knight H4 and G5 check and F4. I saw it before you played it, Fabi. Oh, we missed it! Dude, G5 and F4 was forced mate.
Oh, but he won on time. Okay, I see. But the F4 at least was still a great move, but Danny was not as good as your move.
Okay. Thank you for saying that, but all that matters is that Fabiano Caruana has a 2-game lead, and if you're just tuning in, the opposite was the case before the break, and my partner here said that sometimes the break can really hurt the player who has momentum, and Amon Strastamus strikes again because Nodirbek has not won since we returned from halftime, Amon.
That's true, actually. So some truth to that, Danny. I also noticed that Fabi has only won since you coined the term amanometer. So just so many things to pay attention to here.
And by the way, Fabiano going back to the well that seems to be giving him all the drinks he wants. Again, the opening battle today has been that Caruana has refused to switch away from this Black side position against the Catalan. It's a consistent choice to sacrifice a pawn, but to get the long-term compensation on the light squares. I'm just highlighting for everyone the storyline of this position real quick. And we've seen this played several times. And it's funny, even though Fabiano lost the time scramble, Amon said it then that he didn't doubt the choice by Fabi to go for the type of position though, and he continues to go for it.
Absolutely. If I'm really stepping back and thinking about this match, I actually don't think that Fabi has made too many mistakes in terms of the quality of his chess. He's missed a few things, like maybe that force made sequence at the end, but did he need to see it? He also missed a free knight, but to be fair, it wasn't like he missed it in blunders. He just didn't see it, and he didn't see a fork of a queen and rook earlier in the match as well.
Right.
But he never threw his advantage away. He still had a good position, so his misses haven't cost him anything. They just haven't gotten him anything. Whereas Nodirbek has been down on time. He's spoiled some positions in time pressure. He's been blundering pieces. I feel like the mistakes that Nodirbek is making are probably ones that he's thinking about more, that he's more conscious of, and that cost him more.
I couldn't agree more, and not to toot our own horn, but we are often wrong, so highlighting when we're right. We were saying it, chat, that even though Fabi was down a game, we were kind of like, Fabi seems on form today, right? We felt it in his moves, and even though he lost that game in time pressure, whatever, as he has righted the ship here, especially maybe with that break helping him calm down, I agree. Right now it is Nodirbek's ship to kind of turn around. He's down 2 games, and he hasn't solved this nut here. This position is giving him fits. Fabiano going to keep going for it.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you find something that works just stylistically against your opponent, given the match situation, you're just going to keep hammering it, right, over and over again. Once again, I mean, maybe there's other moves, but knight takes c3. How do you not play this move, and how are you not comfortable with Black? If anything, I almost play for the advantage with the black pieces, you can set up pawn f6, pawn e5, bishop d5 to c4, rook b8, rook d8. I mean, I feel like you're the one pressing here.
c4 is explosive. Oh, that was an accident. I can't get the bomb away. Hold on. How do I? Okay, I'm sorry. Turning the bomb off. Okay, it's gone. Woo! Sorry, but c4 is explosive. What an idea. If you plant the bishop on that, because the point is, not only is it an outpost square, there's no pawn that can attack it, but it actually sits in a really thorny spot because black also, I mean, black is dominating both sides of the board from that square, and white can't even get a rook to attack it. So I love this idea of bringing the bishop in, maybe even this way as well. They both work.
Yep. Pawns on the same color as your opponent's bishop is the way to play an opposite bishop position. The only time you'll really want to put them on the opposite color of your opponent's bishop, so the same color as your own, is if maybe you're on maybe you're down a pawn or you're on the defensive side of an endgame and you're just trying to make a draw. But if you have any ambition for more than a draw, they need to be probably on the same color.
Instructive stuff just pouring out of him on Hamilton right now. He can't even keep it in. Just like he walks in and just like knowledge is just dropping out of his pockets with everything that he says. It's a
tough cross to bear, Danny.
It's a tough cross to bear. But no, really good stuff highlighting just how dysfunctional this is, that white's pieces are less active. Fabi not even in a rush to maybe improve the bishop's diagonal because that square is going nowhere. Yep. The only thing I would worry about is you don't want to give up the chance to get the file too. So at some point, the ideal position for black is the bishop here, a rook on this file. This rook already dominates this file, and white is frozen.
Yep, and bishop c6 is, I mean, obviously Fabi can do no wrong here, but slightly less ambitious, shall we say, than getting the bishop to c4. Nevertheless, every square is covered. b4, d4, b5, d5, b6, d6, right? You see how every single entry square for white is covered on the b and d files. So Fabi doesn't mind giving up one of those files. And look, he saved the square for his king. What a guy.
Dude, the moment he played that, I was like, oh, he wanted the king there. What a guy, as you said.
That is a fun idea.
I love that we might be just experiencing an SCC masterclass of obstacle bishops today, everyone. If you want to just buckle up, pull the seatbelt tight, right, for turbulence, you are about to be a part of an SCC. Someone should watch this 5-minute portion again, because what a fascinating way to learn that just because it's equal doesn't mean that you can't play on. And the opposite color square dominance by Caruana has already won him 2 games in this line. And this is just so instructive to see black pushing these positions on.
Rook takes b3 because, hey, why would you not want to guard your pawn? Then I think you get into the territory of a4, rook a3, and, well, oops, you're never going to move your rook again for the rest of the game. And if you don't go to a3, well, then you lose the c-pawn. So I think he actually made the best decision. A takes b3, but what a tough spot to be in where you need to give up a pawn.
It's amazing. Amazing. What an interesting line. A bit of a lesson Nodirbek Abdusaturov might be learning from Fabiano Caruana as far as his choice in the Catalan. Again, if this match stays on, because right now, either Nodirbek is going to have to go away from this line, Amon, or just surrender that it will be black playing for a win if he keeps going for this. Black is just dominating this line.
Totally. And as you're saying that out loud, I mean, there's only one logical way to proceed. He's got to change.
Yeah. Okay. Fabi is going to accept equality. I guess it's a victory given that he's... it doesn't mean he's giving up a draw. I'm saying, like, he's not going for anything crazy here.
And he's actually going to get the white pieces for one more game, right?
Yeah, he'll get the white pieces with 1 minute left. That was really interesting. I wasn't thinking that, Amon, but that's exactly what he was doing. He wanted to get one more opportunity to strike at Nodirbek.
I mean, Fabi has been, like, so cool about this position with black. He's held it. He's pushed for a win. I think that Nodirbek now gets to evaluate whether or not he wants to play another 5-minute game.
He's answering it. He's answering right here. Look at the gamesmanship, everybody. Take note. Nodirbek recognizes. He's like, why did Fabiano give up his pressure? Oh, he wanted one more chance with the white pieces. And I feel like we just haven't pointed it out yet for the fans who don't know. Look above Fabiano Caruana. There's a clock ticking down. That means 30 seconds remain before we end the 5-minute portion and we head to 3-minute chess. And that shows you the meta that these guys are coming in with here. Fabiano wants every chance he can to get a win in the longer time controls against Nodirbek. And Nodirbek is like, I'm tired of this proverbial bleep. Let's head to some 3-minute chess.
Totally. And I think both players had a pretty good idea. Like, Fabi getting another game with white, great. And even Fabi making a draw here. It's not like the position was winning and he, like, you know, threw it all away for a draw. No, like, he could maybe push it, but it wasn't winning on the board. So he's just making a decision and saying, look, like, this is totally fine for me. I'm holding with black. I'm up in the match. Yeah, I'll make a draw and go to 3 minutes.
Yep. And the moment it is secured that he doesn't have to play another 5-minute game, Nodirbek moves the pieces, we have a draw, and we will head to the faster portion with Fabiano Caruana up 5-3 in the scoreboard. I love that content. I love the Speed Chess Championship. I love you, Fabiano Caruana, and I love your fro. Look at that close-up look at the man.
And
love that guy.
He loves that he can't hear you.
Aman, your thoughts on the 2-game lead Fabiano Caruana has?
I actually think that this is one of the first times where going into the break, I can safely say that I think both players are content. Obviously, you're not content being down in the match if you're Nodirbek, but I think you're content to be out of the 5-minute portion and be able to reevaluate the variations that you're going for. I don't think we will see that variation of the Catalan again, Danny, from Nodirbek. Be very surprised if we do. If we do, he has a new idea that he wants to show because Fabi has just not decimated that line in chess, but for this match, he's killed it, I think. So you definitely need to switch that up if you're Nodirbek. And as Fabi, you're up 2 after being down 1. I mean, you got to be in a good mood.
Yeah, instructive stuff there, an instructive opening choice. Caruana's up 2 games, and we're loving it. And if you love the Speed Chess Championship, we know you're loving it, okay? We're all loving it. We love our sponsor, Coinbase, as well. Quick shout out to them. It's the crypto platform that's revolutionizing. It's changing the game, and it's time for you to update your financial systems. I want to update chess and delete the London, make en passant force. I got all kinds of ideas for the Amonometer, some of them PG, some of them not. I'm just going to be honest with what I want to do with the Amonometer. But either way, you need to go to coinbase.com/update the system today. Check it out. If you're not using Coinbase for any and all of your crypto needs, then you're making a mistake. You know what else would be a mistake, Amon?
Okay, we're thinking of things other than playing the London. Yeah, no, go ahead.
Changing the channel, because we are in for a thriller. Fabiano Caruana has a 2-game lead. He's Amon Hamilton. He's bringing the knowledge. Don't go anywhere. The 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase returns in a few.
September bots are here, and it's time for a monumental clash. This barbarian might not crush you on the board, but he certainly can crush you with the board. Speaking of crushing, this giant is a living siege tower. Usually found in groups, goblins are fond of sharp, pointy objects and other people's pieces. The battle-hardened Valkyrie might give you a game once she's done arm wrestling a golem. This hog rider and his noble steed might give you a headache or two. Skeletons adore her, foes fear her. You'll need to bring your A game if you want to beat this witch. Yes, that probably is a rabbit up his sleeve, or a huge fireball with your name on it. We hear wizards are pretty good at chess. Not just a killing machine, Pekka loves tiny butterflies. But you're probably not a butterfly, so watch out. The Archer Queen thinks highly of herself, and for good reason. She is a skilled tactician, deadly opponent, and your worst nightmare. Play them all on Chess.com.
But she's not going to move it because it's defended. Oh.
She did it!
You
predicted, Levy!
I just said don't go there! We need a compilation. Chess.com social media crew, look through the PogChamps games.
Oh, baby! Let's
and
go!
Find how many times I called the move
Let's
before
go!
it happened.
Okay, Levy, you asked for it. Here we go.
It's almost a
Jarvis
stalemate.
knows what he's doing. He's gonna try to force it.
Andrea, there's a stalemate coming. Pawn here, take, king g4. He pushes and it's a stalemate. Oh my goodness.
Well, you clearly, I'm sure you taught Frank about stalemate. Oh.
No!
Okay, just don't push. I blame you for all of this. This is your manifestation.
Oh my goodness! Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, loses the bishop. And if that happens, I will be heartbroken because you could have just...
How's your heart, Abby? Is it feeling okay? Your heart? How is it?
You can't even script this stuff, my man. Defend the bishop again! I just forgot!
Okay. Okay.
His position is hard to lose as long as it stays how it is.
Yeah, for sure. Unless he starts going totally crazy with something like pawn to g.
What is your ability today? You literally said that in real time. The 2023 Speed Chess Championship rolls on, presented by Coinbase. Amon Hamilton is here presenting the Amonometer TM, now brought to you every time he does commentary. Maybe even when you're not around, I'm going to talk about it.
That would be nice. Just a reminder, Danny, that I'm always there. I'm always looking.
You're always there. The Amonometer, it just rolls off the tongue. You know what else rolls off the tongue? The pedigree, the career that this young man, Nodirbek Abdusaturov, has had. Amon Hamilton, take us through your favorite fave highlights.
Yeah, honestly, I think the moment where I really became not only aware, but also just a fan of Nodirbek's chess was at the Olympiad in 2022. For me, that was a breakout performance for him. Gold medalist for Uzbekistan. The team obviously was, full of star-studded players, but they were all young. They all had something to prove, and no one expected them to pull off that performance. So, quite a list of achievements there. The world rapid champion is not to be glossed over, Danny. But for me, his Olympiad performance, leading his team against the best players in the world, was where he became fully on the map for me.
When you talk about how scary he is online, he puts his hands on his face. Let's talk about how scary he is over the board with this awesome look in to this Tata Steel Masters and Blitz that just took place in India. Shout out to Robert Hess, who was there in Kolkata. But look at him stare down Hari Krishna before entering the Blitz beast mode and just converting with ruthless precision this king and pawn ending. Look at that. He calculated it out. He went for it. Got the job done. Dude's a beast.
I mean, the thing about that endgame is it was probably winning, but even if it wasn't winning, he might be able to win it just from the stare alone. Like, I wouldn't put it past Hari Krishna to just blunder after being stared down like that.
And there he is back at his board. Right now he's a little nervous, let's be honest. He's down 2 games to Fabiano Caruana as we head into this 3-minute portion. If you don't know the Speed Chess Championship format, you go from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, ultimately to bullet. So, who will prove to be the better player in this middle time control? The one that tends to be the backbreaker sometimes, Amon, because you don't want to be down too many games heading into bullet, no matter who you are. And there's Fabiano, feeling pretty fresh.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back and highlight that Fabi's biggest mistake today, and perhaps his only one, apart from maybe missing opportunities to better his position, which he didn't take, but, he didn't actually commit any errors, it's only been over-pressing. So, I mean, I'm sorry, but how do you win a match against someone whose biggest problem is pushing too hard when they thought they had an advantage? I mean, if Fabi doesn't start making some serious mistakes like getting low on time, actual blunders, he hasn't made any significant ones this match, it's just a hard match to win, Danny. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah, I agree. And again, just to repeat the point Amon quickly made, and for those who missed the early stages of this match, arguably the only victories Nodirbek has gotten right now were ones where Fabiano kind of pushed too hard, right? He had that game he had no business losing in the obstacle bishop ending. So Nodirbek has not really arrived yet, or you give Fabiano Caruana credit for the openings he's chosen, keeping Nodirbek off balance. And you're right, he's got to figure it out.
And certainly in an orthodox position here, they actually repeated that London line. And if there's one player who definitely improved things, it was Nodirbek. You'll notice that he did not play that move bishop d6 that I was so ready for bishop takes d6 for last time. Now he instead took on d4 quickly, played bishop b5, traded light squared bishops, white's kings on f1. Incredibly different position for black.
Yeah, when we have the analysis board, I might quickly back up and show that because it is instructive, and it's also reaffirming that Nodirbek is not going to waste his breaks. If you're just tuning in again, I hate that I'm just saying that, but another big storyline we had is that even though the momentum has turned Caruana's way since the break we had in 5 minute, Nodirbek did double-check the opening where he got a bad position against Fabi and righted the ship. And here, now that we can bring up the analysis board, I'll quickly show. Amon's point was that up till this move 7, we were in the same London game where Fabiano got a great position. But instead of playing bishop to d6, which is what Nodirbek played the first time, he improves by capturing on d4 and eliminating the light square bishops, which is perhaps the best way for black to play this position. So really good point, Amon, that Nodirbek is improving at least. He's using his breaks wisely.
He is, and Nodirbek is not someone who I think lets his emotions get the better of him. I think that he's using his breaks well, as you said. I don't think that he's on tilt. I think he's just up against Fabi, who is on form today. And to be honest, he's just having a tough time. But I really don't think that he's played in such a way where it's like, oh, he's getting destroyed this match. That's not the feeling I get. I just get the feeling that Fabi is playing so well right now.
I couldn't agree more, and we see the real-time chat vote of who will win today. That is the combined percentages of people voting on both Twitch and YouTube. We love you both, Twitch and YouTube, so you can stop the feud. Twitch and YouTube, if you're out there, stop the feud. Just play chess. Everyone's happy.
You love them both, Danny, but do you love them equally?
Yep. I mean, I do have a favorite, just like with my kids. I'm not going to say which one on camera.
Of course
Obviously
not,
Hazel.
but you'll
Obviously
tell each
Hazel.
of them separately.
I'll tell each of them separately, but it's definitely Hazel. Just kidding. No. You don't have a favorite, but we do combine all the voters on Twitch and YouTube. So play along with us. Keep the good comments coming in, and we'll get them featured for you. All right.
There we go. One thing about this structure, it's actually transformed a lot since the beginning. But one thing that has not changed is that a knight on d3 and a knight on d6 for white and for black in this sort of like pawn structure, this Carlsbad, reverse Carlsbad looking structure is always going to be a well-placed piece. It guards b2 for white. it's the b4, c5, e5, and f4 squares just so useful. And the same thing can be said for black with a knight on d6. So those are just very operative squares. And I feel like if you're not familiar with the structure, you won't know to put the knights there. But both of these guys keenly aware, and that's why you see all these knights just sort of zigzagging, jumping around. They're trying to reach the best possible squares.
Yep. I can't even highlight them fast enough as they shuttle their knights to the best squares.
Yep.
It is a minority attack structure, and again, to highlight what it is, it's a reverse Carlsbad, as Amon said, meaning you have 2 pawns versus 3, but by definition, whenever you have a minority, meaning you have 2 and they have 3, you also have open files. And so black has the pressure against the pawns. Black would like to convert said pressure into something real, but you have less pawns, and so white is kind of trying to keep an eye on these pawns, also try to use the majority they have. Here comes this knight to c5, which I love that spot. Interesting little find.
I think he's always going to be okay with something to the effect of, you take my A pawn, and I hopefully get your B pawn if you're Nodirbek.
And because the end of that means the C pawn is weaker. Sorry, just continuing the full translation of my Grandmaster partner here. The reason black is happy with that is these trades mean this is weak. Okay, now this is a risky move in this structure, Amon, because E5 always undermines your pawn chain, and Fabi doesn't have to be asked to poke at this guy.
Absolutely. E4 is nearly forced there because of what you just brought up. And I guess, interestingly, H5 and F5 are both covered, so white can't continue to attack the D5 pawn, which is quite helpful. Queen F4 looks like a reasonable tempo to grab on the knight on D6, which, by the way, there was a hanging knight on D6 earlier this match.
That's all right. What a game that was. That was wild. That was so funny. Yeah, okay, but this time Nodirbek doesn't hang his knight on D6, but he does have to give up the F5 square after moving the knight. And look at Fabi. How often does the queen improve herself, Amon, with 1 square at a time? Well, sometimes it happens, and here there's a lot of pressure to deal with.
There is. You have rook D8, like a move to just watch over that pawn. You feel like everything is covered for black, but also that everything's hanging by a thread, because the knight on B6, rook A8, queen E8 are all needed to watch the A pawn. The knight B6, rook D8 are all needed to watch the D pawn. And so it's just positions like this where it's hanging by a thread. I don't know. They can be very risky.
Yeah. So far, Nodirbek is holding on, but quick shout out for the first time to the time control. B3 was a blunder. Fabiano thinks he can do this, but it actually doesn't work. Black can actually just take and give up the rook, and Nodirbek sees it. Oh my God, what a blunder.
The amazing thing is king F7, knight D8, rook takes D8. That's one key detail, because it almost knight D8 would save the knight in some ways. You could see maybe it happening, but rook takes D8 is a huge move.
It's crazy. And look at Fabi. He did a little bit of a, wait, what? And we see the Amonometer drop big time on that move B3. Black is better. Amon Hamilton strikes again.
What did I say about Fabi? I was like, if he doesn't blunder this match, like, good luck winning it. There's going to have to be a mistake, and he finally does commit a mistake. Can black capitalize?
According to the computer, this is a mistake. It allows rook b7 check, and if you take, white gets knight c5 and knight a4, I think, is the idea. But that's a very hard thing to see. If Fabiano finds that with no time, oh my God, he's finding it.
If Fabiano finds that with no time, then his name is Fabiano Caruana. I mean, that's just stuff that he does.
What an idea here. Time scramble time, as chat says, indeed. But I think we're back in a spot where white has very good drawing chances.
Yeah, but there's only one person playing for a result here, and I think what you might be able to achieve, because I don't think you can keep the d-pawn for white. Like, let's say black wants it, he can get it, but he's going to have to give up a pawn, let's say on h6. And this is exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah, but the right idea from Nodirbek for sure. You can push on for a win. If you win that d-pawn, you have a passed pawn. But all right, no time left here in the first game of the 3-minute portion. Both players living on the increment.
Yeah, this is a really, really good attempt here from Nodirbek. Like, he's trying his best.
Wow, what a move. And then he finds f3. Fabiano recognizes active defense. And just like that, the table base. When that happens, ladies and gentlemen, that means the table base confirms this is a draw. Now, that does not mean it's going to be a draw, because if there's a blunder, it's going to change. No longer will it be a gray drawn position.
Yep. Yeah, and he's going to leave the king on g2, and yeah, there's not really any worry unless you get to the territory where you... Because the thing is, black's going to try to move that pawn down the board, right? Down to f3. But I'm not sure that it's actually enough space to do this f3 rook h1 trick.
It's not, which is amazing that Fabiano holds that. I would have died in that position trying to hold the pawn and not recognized. Wait, but he does blunder.
You can take it.
The king and pawn ending.
But he could have taken the pawn. That's what I meant. Like, king takes f3 and rook f1 check is not enough space because king e2.
Oh my God, we got to bring up the analysis board. That was crazy instructive. I just learned something big time, and unfortunately for Fabiano, so did he. The reason this whole trick doesn't work is because normally you can never take everyone, because when you make a move like this, normally there's a check and then a queen. But in this case, the king is close enough, as Amon said, and so there is no check. White gets there in time. Instead, Fabi blunders the classic backdoor rook trick, where you skewer the king and rook on the back door, and you lose the king and pawn ending.
He was thinking to himself, "Oh, I know about the trick with king takes f3. Let me play king f2," whereas he actually needed to be aware of the trick with king f2 and play king takes f3.
Right. Okay. Wow. We come back to the live game, and good news for Nodirbek fans. As I bring up the live game here, my apologies for that. This time the break favors the kid, Amon.
I was going to say the same thing, Danny. I think you're spot on with that. It's been a real match turner. Every single time now, the break has really helped one of the players, and we haven't seen Fabi make that many mistakes in the whole match, and they all appeared in one game.
Yeah, I'm sitting here like, wow, that's really a mind-blowing moment. And if Nodirbek Abdusaturov comes back to win this match, that will be a game we remember as a huge momentum turner, the first game of the 3-minute portion. So here you go. Fabiano Caruana no longer gets the black side of that Catalan, but who changed first, Amon? I was focused on the rook ending instruction. It looks like it was Abdusaturov who changed his approach.
Yeah, one of the main things is we still saw a D take c4 move, but he was happy enough to leave his bishop on f4, and this is kind of a known structure where black takes the dark squared bishop and doubles the pawns, but in doing that, you waste a couple moves. White is way ahead in development, and the bishop on g2 will...
Well-placed pieces in the center. Black actually struggles to development in these positions because there's all kinds of threats. And again, don't be fooled by the double pawns. We've already seen Abdusaturov successfully play those before. They're easy to defend, and in some cases, if you get an endgame, White is actually just ready to dart into the middle. So I'm liking Abdusaturov here. Go ahead.
Agree. I think queen, perhaps c8. I don't know if queen c8 was the move, but it looked like a really comfortable move. Exact same idea as queen d7, so... I mean, I understand trying to get to b7, but queen c8 had the added pressure of hitting White's queen. So why would you not want to at least force White to make a decision there?
And I saw why queen d7 was one. You're right, queen c8 was better, but it wasn't punished after rook to c1. White had to move f5 Amon, and the difference is that in that position, I think if you play e5, I don't have the computer in front of me, so I thought there was some discovery, but actually queen b7 would have worked anyway. So I actually don't know why queen d7 was a blunder. All right, a6 is played.
I think it's more like a blunder, not a blunder, but a mistake as in other moves were better. Like queen c8 I think was just a better move, but I don't think, there's nothing like queen d7 loses on the spot.
It's funny, now White does get the f5 idea. After a6 and has a big advantage here.
We have not seen Fabi in as tough of a spot as he is right now in the opening. So Hey, whatever Chess.com is putting in the snack area during these breaks for these players, I don't know. Everyone's digging in because look at the change in Nodirbek's demeanor, his openings, the last 2 games. I mean, Fabi's dead here.
He's dead. We're shipping everybody Beastables, you know? They're just eating Beastables at the break, getting all jacked up.
Is there knight d5? Knight d5, bishop c1, knight e7 check, and queen takes f7?
Dude, that is exactly what there was. We have to bring up the analysis board to show it because we named it the Amonometer for a reason.
Yeah,
White,
exactly.
look at White completely winning here, but the win to really take home to mom and dad was knight d5, bishop c1, and then Amon Hamilton finds knight e7 and queen f7. Man,
sick and nasty.
Is nasty. That's doing your puzzle rush right there. That was dirty. By the way, I think even knight d5 earlier was an idea, but okay, we're already in a position. Still great for Nodirbek, but he did just miss knight d5.
Yeah, but that's something that, hey, I might see it if I was like, the Red Bull was peaking for me during a match, Danny. But guess what? I was really assisted by the fact that I know there was something. I don't know what it was, but just being told that there's a tactic, that wakes up everybody.
What exactly is peak Amon Hamilton? Let's talk about that. Is peak Amon around 2 a.m. in general? Is peak Amon more Red Bulls deep than you want to admit around 2 a.m.?
I would say the main thing you have to remember, Danny, is that's all true, but, just subtract about 10 years from my life.
Okay.
You peaked a long time ago.
By the way, Fabiano Caruana gets credit for flipping the script on the storyline of that Amonometer. We are back to an equal position, and it's because Nodirbek missed the opportunities we talked about. Fabiano has gotten the queens off the board, and now who's better?
Yeah, I think at this point, if you're purely looking at the board, I like Black's position. I think the bishop is strong. The knights have, let's say, a lot of squares taken away from them because of Black's light square pawns. Pawn on b5, hitting a4, c4, f5 is covered. There's squares that are covered everywhere. Once that knight gets out from b8, if and when knight c6 coming, I think I will definitely like the position for Black.
We're on move 30, and Black has not completed development. According to knight d5 was brilliant because if you took, there was a check. But he just blundered. Dude, he forgot the knight was guarding the rook.
He forgot that the knight didn't move the entire game. And it's the main reason that Black won the game.
And Nodirbek pulls the old, you miss the tennis ball and you look at the racket to see if there's a hole in it, as if you didn't just miss it. You see Nodirbek? He leans back and he points at the knight in the corner like, what the... Bro? What just happened there? Is there a hole in the racket? Are you kidding me?
Absolutely, yeah. Adjust the strings there. And Fabi, quite literally, I don't know what the evaluation of that knight d5, queen f7 line was, but I'm assuming it was something to the effect of plus 20 or force mate. And it went from that evaluation all the way back to a win for Fabi. It's just insane to have that kind of turnaround. And that, we talk about momentum shifts, that's a huge one because a tied match just became 6-4 with Nodirbek, probably in his feelings a little bit about that. I know I'd still be thinking about that.
Yeah, that's one where he may not have the eval bar in front of him, everybody, like we do. He may not have the Amonometer or the knowledge of knight d5, but he knows he missed something. He knows he was winning there, and now that eats at you even more, right? Even more than having the answer, because now you're like, I know I let that get away. That's a heartbreaking one. So momentum is purely back in Fabiano Caruana's court.
Absolutely. And this is kind of a bit of an ideal position to play, I feel like, if you're Fabi. And I say that because it's a little bit of gamesmanship, I feel like, in Blitz, where if you're able to play a seemingly unambitious, equal, monotonous position and win against someone, it's probably going to be a long, grindy game. And man, if that doesn't dampen your spirits.
Right. Well, I thought you were going to say a bit of gamesmanship because he played the Alekines. We were so focused on the last blunder. Let me remind the fans that Fabian... Nodirbek played it.
Exactly.
Oh, that's an interesting choice. That's actually worries me because if he's already choosing that type of spicy opening... If you lose this game, Amon, where you chose an Alekhine and white kind of grinds you, as you said, Fabi has this solid position, you're down 3 games, and now you're regretting more than just the blunders you made. You're regretting your match strategy because you chose an Alekhine as a way to play in the 3-minute portion. That's a very risky choice.
Exactly. So we'll see if it pays off for him. I will give Nodirbek a lot of credit. It's like, no matter what has happened this match, I feel like he's been able to just play the match. Like, nothing seems to have been affecting him, but I don't think he's thrown a game as big as he just did.
By the way, I think that miss was because Queen B3 might have stolen a pawn. Just spotting it, but it's too late now. Either way, White's advantage is still large and looming.
In typical Fabiano fashion, right? He misses something, but he still maintains an incredibly big advantage.
Yeah. He's got a very, very good position here. Lots of space. Don't put a knight on e7 because you lose your bishop. Just real quick tactics for the kids. Good old-fashioned family fun right there.
That's a good one. I didn't notice that. Especially because knight e7 is like where you want almost every piece to go.
It's what you want to do, right? Neither knight is happy where it stands. You want to move this knight to e7 so you can play c6 because this is coming. You want to move this knight to e7 to develop and maybe come to g6. So it actually is irrelevant, and there he goes. He stops it.
Yeah, h6 is like... h6 is the kind of move where you have so many things you want to do, and there's one annoying threat that's preventing everything that at some point you stop calculating and you're like, okay, let me just prevent this one thing first.
Yeah. He plays h6 and then rook e8. Now it's up to Caruana to do something with this space, right? You got it. It looks pretty, but what are you going to do with it, right? What are you going to do with? Are you playing b5? Are you?
So white wants to, like, if you take the bishop and black takes back with the rook, I think you're more or less happy. But black would love to take with the pawn and then somehow establish a knight on d5. Similarly, white would want to maybe take and then perhaps play the move d5. And so it's like, who can achieve that first?
Knight e5 is interesting. You're opening up f3, f4.
I think this is an intuition move.
But you know what it is, Amon? If the d file opens up, we have tactics. But Nodirbek spots it, gets the queen out of dodge. There were threats, everybody, on the undefended queen because of lack of development.
Yeah, and that lack of development, by the way, is not really going anywhere. So you still have the same problems later. But h3 is, it's not the easiest thing to defend while still doing things in the center. You have to spend time going like king h2 or knight e4 and king g2.
Wow, interesting. Plays king h2, walks into the danger. d5 is going to fall. And by the way, when it does, you have a forking problem on c7.
That's actually a really, really nice move, f3. So patient, happy to like beat down a pawn momentarily, allow queen h4, seemingly go on the defensive with king h2, and I tell you, that swig of water right there, that was a confident swig.
No, don't you love that? The confident swig, as they call it.
And it's so hard to play against this, and we might be seeing exactly what we were hoping that we weren't correct about, but foreshadowing that this Alekhine was just not going to go well, and you end up down 3 games. There'll be one more game, probably, Danny, before the midway point, and it's going to be so important.
I couldn't agree more. As I highlighted, there's a knight fork on c7, so the queen has to tuck her tail between her legs, run back, but it's all white here. I mean, Fabi can play bishop f4. You could probably play f4. This knight has still not developed. Wow, g5, that's a spicy one.
G5 was not in my candidate list, but
he
literally
blundered knight f6.
The main plan of it was knight f6, and he walked into it.
The Amonometer goes crazy. Nodirbek puts his head in his hand, and I don't care. I don't care if G5 was the best move for Fabi or not. Forget about it. The truth is that was a very risky decision by Nodirbek, and I'm going to call it early. I'm not saying that he's not going to come back in this match, and I'm not calling the match. I'm saying I'm going to call him on. that in my opinion, that was lack of a match experience. It's too early to go for those types of risky openings. You and I have commentated on a lot of SEC matches. And the one thing players like this do, when you're down 3 games in bullet, Amon, that's different. Now you got to go for spicy openings that get you double-edged positions. In my humble opinion, knight f6 by Nodirbek in the Alekhine was a blunder in regards to SCC match strategy, and I think it's going to come back to haunt him.
I always like the bold takes, Danny, because people need to stand by what they believe more often, and hey, that's a fair call. Nodirbek does need to stick to his game plan, so to speak, and we're not in any type of call in the recruits. No, we don't need the backup just yet. I mean, you were only down 2 games there, but it was the nature in which he lost that previous game that probably played into his decision to play knight f6.
And it's what Amon just said, everyone. The reason I'm saying that, and Nodirbek fans will be mad at me, is because it's okay. He's young and he hasn't played a lot of SCCs, but the reality is it was only 2 games, and as Amon said, it was the nature of that game that he was basically just worse and losing start to finish. Why? Because the Alekhines isn't played at a top level for a reason. Because these guys know what to do with it. And Fabiano basically spanked Alekhine. Can I say that? Is that an appropriate thing to say? I don't know if that's an appropriate thing to say anymore. But
well,
it was
I think
not
we
a
can
good
agree on
opening.
one thing, that it was inappropriate thing to say.
Okay. It was inappropriate or inappropriate?
I said what I said.
Okay, you said what you said. All right. Either way, we have a 3-game lead for the American Fabiano Caruana. Nodirbek Abdusaturov back to the first move. Opposite code bishops yet again. But this one's better for Abdusaturov than the Catalan we keep getting.
Yeah, the one thing about this position is this is back to great decision from Nodirbek. Fabi is up in the match, so he will be okay taking these slightly worse positions. You know what I mean? Maybe he makes a draw, but I think this is great stuff to play in a blitz match like this in the 3-minute portion. White seems to have the push here. Better pawn structure, opposite bishops, queens on the board, which is crucial. That gives White that little bit of pressure. So I don't mind this at all for Nodirbek.
This is the kind of position you can still play right now. Forget about the match score, Nodirbek. Stick to the strategy. Avoid those dubious and double-edged openings. This is a position that right now is kind of a 2-result one for White.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bishop takes h4 was threatened, so that's why you played king h2. Great move there. And are we going to see e5 and
he does
f5 or e5 and takes? I'm trying to understand. Probably.
Computer doesn't like giving up the space just yet. I love that move for tactical reasons on f7. It also makes d4 kind of tender, although you have to watch out for e2. So, okay, what's going on here? You can't take d4.
Taking on e5, it was just impossible, I think, because of pawn takes back. So that was a cool move there, but bishop d8 is going to get the exclamation mark, and for good reason. How do you stop yourself from taking on e5 there? And Fabi didn't even spend that much time on it.
Yeah, it was a very strong move. Look at this move, bishop a5. That is full board awareness, Holmes. I don't think I would spot that, but he just plays it instantly, kicks the rook back, plays d5, and this has turned around. The bishop is now eating granite, stuck to the pawn wall. You can't take d4 because e2 hangs. Fabiano is working it today.
And
with no diggity. He likes to bag it up.
Should we give you more time? Would you like to continue that first?
If you give me time, I'm going to just go into no diggity right now. What a great jam. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Well, the rook on e2 is hit, and there's actually not a way to defend it, strangely enough. So White is never going to threaten the d-pawn, and the other issue is White's bishop on b3 will not be playing the game of chess without the move c3. So that's why, crazy enough, White just played rook c1, because there's no way to get the bishop back into the game without pawn to c3.
What's funny is, I love that you highlighted the pawn couldn't be taken because the rook, and the rook couldn't move because the bishop where it was. I kind of think Fabiano should have just stuck to that Instead, he retreated the bishop, and it's breathing a little bit of life back into Nodirbek's position.
That's right. So interestingly, I mean, c3 might have to be taken because I'm wondering if, and he needs to play f6. If he plays c3, he's actually freeing his bishop there. So this is much more what Fabi wants. But
yeah,
king on f6 is a little...
The king on f6 is a little tender, but I love this move, rook e3. The question is, do you play d4 or do you allow d4? This is a big one.
I think you play.
Oh, he does it, but this is so risky, man. Your king is on f6.
Queen e4, queen f5, and just...
I would just play queen e4 instantly because there's no rook e8. Okay, I didn't realize how easy this was. You're right. Okay, the players are playing
queen
exactly
f5,
what you
pawn
said.
takes d4, and exactly this will happen. White gets some good pawns as well, but the pawn's blockaded. I think this is great for Nodirbek. Opposite bishops with rooks on the board, imbalanced pawn structure, time getting low.
Yeah,
I think this is your best shot.
Okay, that's why you're a grandmaster and I'm not. You know,
that's the only reason.
That's the only reason, right there. Your call in that position.
You know, could have been all different for you.
Could have been all, but I made the wrong call in that opposite code bishop transition. All right, rook takes e3. I do agree with you, jokes aside. This is the best chance Nodirbek has had to win. Well, I guess he won the first game at the 3 minute.
Is this a draw? Bishop a5? I guess I thought there was a repetition. Bishop a5, bishop b6, because the rook had to cover rook d3. But Fabi actually played for more here.
Fascinating.
Ooh.
Dude, if he plays c5 and the rook is getting trapped.
You have to go bishop. Oh, can't go bishop e4. It's mate.
It's mate.
Oh, no.
Dude, he sees c5 and Nodirbek is going to blow it.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that's... e5 is happening.
Oh, my gosh. What a find. The Ammonometer reveals all. The moment c5 was played, Black's advantage dips below the 50% line.
Mm-hmm.
Ammonometer strikes again.
Oh, this is brutal. a3, a2, and I think the king, bishop, rook can all cover that e-pawn. King f8, bishop f6, rook e2.
Dude, losing this game would put Nodirbek in a 4-game hole. And
so tough.
He's up against the wall of what you and I know as SCC history, right? People have overcome 4-game deficits, everyone, so don't leave. But 5 games has never been overcome, so you are officially up against the historical wall, if you will. And Fabiano takes a confident sip of water, gets up, make sure he's feeling fresh.
You wanted to make sure you check the chat there at the end, you know.
And checking chat, making sure the fans are still with him.
Yeah.
Amon Hamilton, what do you do if you're Nodirbek right now, down 4 games?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure the Alekhine should get another another spot on stage, so to speak. There are certain openings that have and haven't been working, and I really stick to what's been working. It sounds so basic, but even if what's been working is maybe not your preferred way to play, your favorite opening, I think you have to just accept that, you know, against a certain guy on a certain day, some openings are just going to work better or worse for you. And now that he's got a deficit in the match, Danny, guess what? He does have to think about being more risky with his opening choices. So the Alekhine is just not going to cut it anymore. It's not enough.
Yep. Well, and it got away from him when he played it. But you said even though he needs to fix his openings, Fabiano's not blundering. I think we've counted like 1 all day. So if Fabiano doesn't let it go, it may not matter what Nodirbek Abdusattorov does. But it does matter what you do. Don't go anywhere. The SCC will be right back.
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanations. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in the explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on Chess.com right now.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
The Speed Chess Championship is presented by Coinbase. It is back as we head into the second half of the 3-minute portion here. He's Amon Hamilton. I'm Danny Wrench. And we have a 4-game lead for Fabiano Caruana, Amon.
You do, and so deserved, Danny. Like, there are a lot of ways to get a 4-point lead, but I feel like Fabi has been the better player thus far. He blundered so infrequently, and he definitely deserves this lead. It's now whether he can maintain it.
Will he maintain it? We know that at times he's needed a lead. For those who didn't follow last year, he had a thrilling tiebreaker victory, though, over Arjun Iragaisi. As we look at Fabi's history here, he's had some up and down results. He's had some wins, but he's also had lopsided losses when he's lost, to be fair. Sometimes in the first round, often has made it to the quarterfinal. What do you read into this here? That maybe when Fabi isn't going right, it can go wrong quickly?
What I'm reading into this here, Danny, is that Fabi's guaranteed to win this match today because the only way he loses is a very close win for Nodirbek, and we know that he won't lose that way. So, exciting to know the results ahead of time.
Yeah. Well, there he is. We know that he lost some matches in a lopsided fashion. Right now, he leads by 4 points. We head into 3-minute. And right now he's probably sitting here thinking about his opening prep, making sure he keeps this ship, on the charted territories he planned on. I will say overall, we already see Nodirbek being the one who's bouncing around because really Fabiano has kind of won the preparation battle. Would you say that's fair?
Yes, I do think that Fabi's openings have countered those from Nodirbek really, really well. And I think that going into this final 3-minute portion, I mean, things are going to go a little wild and wacky as they always do in Bullet, but this is the last chance. And to be fair to Nodirbek, he's used every break really, really well, perhaps better than Fabi, if I can award him that point. So I'm looking for this last 30 minutes of the 3+1 from Nodirbek to be a big moment for him to claw back in this match.
Agreed. How will he have used this break? We're going to find out right now. We have our first traditional E4, E5 game of the day, if I'm doing my math right.
Yeah, I think we had the the last, actually very last game before the break was E4, E5 was the Italian, bishop C4. They had the opposite bishop position.
But, okay, Yep.
But I believe we just saw Rui, so this is, I think, the first one of that sort.
First Rui. We had the Italian. I guess I'm thinking that the truth is the storyline overall has been a lot of Catalans and some Queen's Pawn games. So if we are now transitioning into E4 as the time controls get faster, I wonder who you think that bodes better for. Fabi is a very well-prepared player in the depths of the Spanish. I think among the best, right? So I think he'd be okay with that. Right now we see Nodirbek on the clock.
Yeah, I think players naturally default to the things they know best as the time controls get shorter. So it's not a surprise to me to see Fabi experimenting with a few Londons and then eventually transitioning to E4, which, I mean, he's literally a world leader at this opening.
Yeah. Well, here we go. We're in a Spanish. Fabi up on the clock. I think Amon's comments there will prove to be a Monstradamus prophetic, and that as the time controls get faster, we will see the players just reverting to the openings that they play more often than others, maybe not pulling into the prep they prepared specifically for an opponent.
Right.
And this looks pretty good for White. Again, Fabi playing quickly because he's comfortable with this position.
Yeah, and I feel like you really have to know the ideas here because Black just played Queen C8, Rook D8, Queen B7. It's like, I don't think that you're looking at this position and finding that over the board. That's a mark of someone who's studied this structure, this position, knows where the pieces go, and that's called understanding. So Queen on B7 for Black, Pawn to B3. These are all very committal decisions, but he's happy to make them. I wonder if we're going to see Knight D7, Knight C5. Knight D7 also watches over the E pawn, which is attacked right now.
It is attacked, and there is a question of where to put this bishop. It's actually funny because you can just put it on B1, but it really splits the communication between the king side and queen side. And so instead you go to D3, but it's interesting. The bishop comes to D3, and we're immediately seeing it become a target to the idea that you highlighted here.
That's right. I almost think the move bishop E3 is not far-fetched here to take the knight on C5. Remember, the E pawn would still be hanging there, and I also don't think that the two bishops is a serious edge for White or Black to have here. So happy to play bishop takes knight on C5.
Fabiano quickly meets H6 with Rook D1. He's maintaining his time advantage. You know, one thing we haven't shouted out a lot of as far as the overall storylines the two players are holding to here is Fabiano has also been up on the clock more often than not, I would say, throughout the match.
Oh, no question. No question at all. And Nodirbek is quite the player with low time, but you know, I always make this reminder, PSA to people. It's like you think of someone who's really good low on time like Grishuk, and it's like Grishuk might be the best player in the world when he has no time, but what he is not better than Grishuk with lots of time.
Yeah, exactly. And I would say that's often the sign. People who are great at time scrambles have often mismanaged their clock very consistently because now they have no choice but to build that muscle, right? If you constantly get yourself stuck under a heavy bar, I guess you learn how to lift it. And the point is, like, that's not a thing you want to do, to always be the first player under a minute, and Nodirbek is about to be just that.
Yep, that's really well said. Bishop c4 looks like the move here. I guess there's one interesting thing, which is that the a pawn always needs attention. So I wonder if like rook takes d1, how do you take it back?
I like bishop c4. I also like ideas where I go aggressive here. I don't know which knight square is... Okay, he goes for knight d5. And the reason is that this trade also opens up pressure on the e-pawn. And if you take... Regarding the move order, if you take here and take here, I actually think I could take here first, right? Maybe a little tempo on the queen.
Absolutely.
So, once again, Nodirbek on the clock.
Okay. So at this point, it's almost like pawn for pawn might be coming up. Queen c4? No, he goes c4. Okay. I kind of forgot that was playable. I don't know why I had the pawn on c3 just
never forget about
there.
explosive situations.
That's the fault is mine.
Sorry, I had to do it. Never forget about never mind. Don't cut the wrong wire. Can you hear the bomb exploding in your head like I can?
Today's such a good day for that joke.
Okay.
You're such a comedian.
I'm just a comedian. But it actually is making a sound effect. If you can't hear it, I can, and I really find it entertaining. So
I'm not on your board actually. I can't hear it.
Got it. Okay. Anyway, well, back to the position. White has reinforced the strong knight. Now advances the queen side, and okay, the d file is dominated, and the b3 pawn is hanging, but c5 would fall with it.
Yeah, this is turning into a position where tactics might just like knight f6, right? Is destructive in every which way, but queen takes c5. If it's unplayable, yeah, king f8. How do you not get out of that? But now just queen c3 back and up a pawn.
Yeah, maybe he should have gone for the most craziest of tactics there, but with no time, it's understandable. And as you highlighted, this is the reason you need time.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Now you don't have a lot on the clock with very little time left. Apparently White missed a win there, but either way, Fabi is keeping the pressure.
That's the thing is at this point, White's knight on f3 wants to get involved, but as soon as you move, knight d4 happens. This is not comfortable at all. Like, I know it's going to say, like, misses here and there, but I think White is doing really well.
Yeah. By the way, the clock is fascinating here. Both sides under 10 seconds. The tactics, actually, in the end, Black wins the pawn, but apparently it's not good because I have no idea what's going on. Neither do the players.
That was actually a crazy tactic.
I didn't see it.
It's just like moving so fast. This is what time scrambles are all about. We might see Nodirbek demonstrate, look, he's getting low on time all the time, Danny, but there's a reason that he feels comfortable doing it. It's because, hey, he's a wicked speed chess player. So let's see if he can pull this up.
Oh, but here comes the A pawn, and the C pawn is very strong. Does he settle on a draw?
No.
No, he wants more. But with it,
go for more.
But with it, he's risking it. That C pawn is out of control.
There's no rook takes b4.
Rook takes g7. Maybe that wasn't the best. It actually gave up the perpetual.
Yeah,
oh, man.
I think maybe some sort of, queen check to get your queen covering a checking square for Black and then play c7 was correct.
Okay.
Oof.
Wow. Perhaps poetic justice with the peaceful result there, because I'm not sure which player deserved that more. It felt like Nodirbek, really struggled all game as Black on the Black side of that Spanish, got himself in a chance to win. So you kind of felt like, okay, he earned it.
That's right.
But in the end, there's no denying that White was the one who really had the best chances, and Fabi let it slip.
That's right. But we also got to see a little bit of a glimpse into the resourceful side of Nodirbek. Like, we could talk.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think we're using, as we should, the bias of what's actually happening in front of us. When you see someone low on time, and let's say you see them consistently making mistakes in time pressure, and the match is, a 4-game deficit because of it, then you're like, okay, he probably should watch that. He shouldn't be doing that. But if Nodirbek was up 4 games in the match, we would be probably saying something different. So it's nice to see games like that because it reminds you, like, no, every time he's down to seconds, he's not just dead lost.
He's not.
He is down out, pretty damn resourceful, Danny, and we got to see the talent on display there.
Yep. Yeah, chat wondering if this is a bit of a preview to what we're going to see with Bullet. We'll see.
I hope that Bullet makes this match. Like, the thing is, this 3 minute, if we're being realistic, I think needs to end with Nodirbek somewhere within like 2, maximum 3 points of Fabi, if I'm being honest. If it's at like a 4-game deficit, I mean, you're in the territory of needing to beat Fabi and Bullet at like an overwhelming score, like, 6-2 type of thing.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we don't know what these guys have in store for us in Bullet. They've never played in Bullet. They've actually never played in this format either. And here we go. We got a little bit of a shout out, right? A time machine back to last year's first round event where the 1-1 segment was an absolute thriller between Fabiano Caruana and Arjun Iragaisi. So from that perspective, Fabi, at least, his nerves have been there if it does get close. But I'm with you. Nodirbek has to make it closer than 4 games, I think.
Right. Yep. Agreed.
Yep. All right, well, once again, we're in a position they kind of played before, not the exact one, but the openings are consistent today. Caruana, once again, up about 20 to 30 seconds on the clock, as has been all day.
Yep, this looks pretty nice for White, but I'll say, like, it looks super equal. And that's not just because of the eval, although that's always nice to back up your claims with the engine on your side, but it's more that it's so symmetrical. That's the thing. It's tough to find any differences here. There's no 2 bishops, there's no imbalanced pawns, nothing. There's no weaknesses for either side. The only advantage that White really has is like a little bit more space and sort of piece activity. But I don't think that it's enough on its own.
Yeah. And I'm looking at the match strategy and thinking that I criticized Nodirbek for playing the Alekines too early, and I think it was fair. But if you keep just taking a bunch of time off the clock in positions like this, that may not work either. Because at this point, you're down, and you've got to change things.
I do feel like in the I'll call them the small positions, like the opposite bishop ones, the ones where there's just a minute edge for one side, I feel like Fabi has been doing more of the outplaying in those spots. Nodirbek has actually had his flashy chances taking advantage of tactics on Fabi, launching, like, he had some interesting tactics. He had 1 or 2 games where Fabi missed something, and his only real chances this match have been in those spots. So it's actually these grindy positions where I think Fabi's totally comfortable and has displayed that in a number of different cases. He's actually able to outplay, even sometimes down a pawn.
Yeah. It's funny, the different styles of different players. And in some of these grinded out positions, if you're Magnus Carlsen, you like these positions against Fabiano because Fabi and Magnus are both very, very good, and Magnus just tends to be a little better. But if you're Nodirbek, you really don't want these positions against Fabiano because he's so solid, he's not going to break.
That's right, and he hasn't thus far. These top guys, they're only going to give you so many chances, Danny, during a match like this to actually take advantage of, which is why, as the person behind in the match right now, you have to take literally every opportunity that you get.
Yeah. All right, knight a4, interesting. It invites doubled pawns if there's a trade here, everyone, but the idea is that the b file becomes a place to get targets, although a6 is hanging. You can't take it right away because there's a check. Ooh, queens don't move like that. There you go, there's a check.
And I guess the question is just like, are you really going to beat Fabiano Caruana from this position? It's like, just kind of sit there and reminisce, like, is this really the recipe here?
Is this really the recipe for success? And as we ask it in that slightly sort of sarcastic tone, the answer is probably no.
Yeah, like a lot of time is going to be eaten off the clock. I mean, you're dealing with a position where I could say that white's probably slightly better, but it's the slightest of betters.
Right. Slightest of betters. TM, I'm on Hamilton. Queen to c4. Rook can come to b3, and you can try to double, but I guess the one thing to Nodirbek's credit is we keep talking about the time scramble dynamic. If they get into pure time scrambles, we like Nodirbek more than we do Fabiano usually. But you still have to have something to it. And here we're just going to have a rook ending where the extra a pawn, especially given that you're going to lose the e2 pawn, isn't enough. And if you defend it, here comes rook b6. So it's equal.
Yeah, it's slightly better for white, but I just can't possibly find this to be enough.
The slightest of betters. I like that a lot.
That's right. And yeah, I mean, good luck winning this. All that's really happened in this game, unfortunately, for Nodirbek is time has come off the match clock.
Yep.
And you're still playing the game, by the way. It's not even over.
Yeah, and if Fabi wants, he can probably milk another, 2 minutes off of this clock. That may sound weird to people first looking at the 20 seconds and 15 seconds, but with increment and that clock running nonstop, you can get a lot of total time off of the game clock and still hold a draw. So not good for Nodirbek's match chances.
Yeah, as you were speaking, unfortunately, Fabi just did something really strange for his standards, which was he just allowed king e4, and he had to stop king e5 invading. So he had to give up a pawn here, which should actually be quite bad for his position.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't see it, but you're right. The Amonometer points out where I lost my focus. White gets a huge advantage after winning that pawn, and he should convert this. So, okay, Nodirbek fans, right? Unite. This is a match here. If he gets this dub, and it's only 3 games, he is keeping this thing close as the time controls get faster.
Yeah, Fabi has very clear operation here. Rook c6, maybe rook d8, although that doesn't actually do much here.
This is one where the eval bar is unfair the other way. We say the eval bar, when it's 50-50, makes it seem like it should be equal. This is one that it was giving white a huge advantage, but I don't think it was... Wait!
Wow.
He's lost on time.
Wow. That is a rookie mistake from a veteran player, to put it lightly.
Wow.
And it was right when it was so drawn. Nodirbek was actually just shaking his head last turn that he allowed it to be complete drawn. Oh my.
I couldn't finish my sentence. I was going to say, the eval bar made it seem like it was easy, but Fabi shows that there's plenty of drawing chances, but unfortunately loses on time before I could complete the thought. Wow. Nodirbek... Yeah, go ahead.
No, Danny, it's back to what we were talking about. You got to take every chance. Look, is Nodirbek going to look back on this moment and be like, oh yeah, I didn't deserve that full point? No, probably not. He's going to be looking full steam ahead. Take that in stride. This is... online chess, Danny. It happens.
Also, for those Fabiano Caruana fans who don't want to hear it, is that a preview of the bullet? Because the problems we've seen for Fabi in those mutual, just all-out time scrambles, right? It's like the gloves are off and you are just flagging your opponent, is where I would have to say Nodirbek is the favorite. He's played more online chess. He grew up online. We've seen the pesky, resourceful style. So... I'm not saying Fabi isn't he's a top player in the world, but I would probably take Nodirbek in most of those Wild West affairs. I think you'd agree with that. And so that's a bad sign for Fabi, for him to lose a position that's a draw on time.
That's right. And now it's almost like, smelling blood for Nodirbek. That's going to give him a little bit of energy. He knows that he didn't fully deserve that point, but guess what? There's probably been points previously in the match where results were claimed that you didn't necessarily expect, and certainly the engine wouldn't, but that's just how it goes down in real time.
I love how Chad is finding a way to blame me for jinxing Fabi. I haven't even jinxed Fabi all day. Go blame yourself, chat. Jeez Louise. All right, here we go.
You think
Plus, jinxing is not a thing. What?
Do they love to just hate on you, Danny? Because I was the one who said, Fabi will not lose this match because he only loses blowout matches. But, you are getting the flack here. So this is honestly one of the reasons I love commentating with you.
Everyone loves commentating with the partner who gets all the hate, and I don't resent that at all. But all right, jinxing isn't even a thing. Chat, grow up. We're not 5. You don't have to leave the remote in the same position because when you put it there, your team got a home run. Okay, we're all adults here. Actually, some of you are probably, children violating Twitch terms of service, which is a you problem. So therefore, any inappropriate jokes I make are your parents' issues, not mine. Okay, back to the position. Fabiano rebounding, has an advantage. G5 is weak. Your thoughts?
G5 weak, but more importantly, I think it's zero counterplay. That's what hurts me more. Knight G6, yes, you want to play Knight H4, Knight F4, but that pawn is going to disappear. The king is actually going to be, I believe, surprisingly safe on G3. Yeah, and anytime you play A5, there's going to be B5 to meet that. So super tough to generate any kind of play here.
Yeah, I love Queen E3 because it highlights your point that black is going nowhere. You can't ever play Knight G6 because then I'll take G5.
That's right.
And I was highlighting Rook H1 because the moment black gave that file, I just, if you like it, then you put a rook on it, as Beyonce once said. So I think Rook H1 will come, and as you pointed out, black has no counterplay.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm really struggling to identify it. It's almost like the queen on B6 is terrible. You need to bring it back to D8, where it watches the G pawn, and maybe comes with some other threats. Knight takes G5. I'm wondering if there's knight takes E5. Some sort of weird, it probably doesn't work.
I think you should just take with the queen. Yeah, he does. I was going to say, just take with the queen and point out that there's no discovered attack. And he does just that. I think that works. By the way, the queen will also come to F6 next, and F7 is a problem.
Super uncomfortable. You almost need to play queen D8, but then you're so admitting, that you're that you're just down a pawn.
Well, at this point, there's 7 minutes left, so more than likely we get one more 3-minute game, and that is it. Meaning, I don't think this game's going for 7 minutes, and I don't think we're going to get 2 more games. So, for Fabiano, if he wins and pushes the lead back to 4, that's big time.
That's right. That's right. It's black's very solid here. It's tough for white to do much more than what he did, which is win that pawn, but I really don't have too many recommendations as for what to do.
Yeah. Okay. But you did point out that white is lacking plans, I guess, now that you're winning, right? You're like, where's the next idea to convert? And now the D4 pawn, how do you defend that, actually? And the G5 knight, because if you moved the knight to F3, G4 was going to fall, and here we go. Nodirbek is winning the pawn back.
Yeah, I think it just needed a slower treatment. After knight G5, rook G7, king G3, maybe F4 first, king G3, knight back to F3. It was a really slow thing, but there's things to be careful of with your king on G3, knight on F5, queen on C7. Right. There's a lot of trickery, but I think that was still the right approach.
Don't play king G3 now, chat, because that's a problem. I already highlighted it before. I'll do it again. That's a knight fork. Oh, that's a second knight fork. He just takes D4 and takes D5 with check. Regains his pawn advantage.
This is a big deal, though, for Nodirbek to have this position.
Yeah, this is great for black.
Knight
the
D3.
queen and knight are... Yeah, this is... I don't think that Fabiano's going to lose this, but I'm pointing out that's not unthinkable here, because the queen and knight are a dangerous duo. Kind of like me and you, buddy.
Takes B6, and black is problemless.
Okay, he gets the queens off the board, and you leave me hanging on my dangerous duo joke, but it's okay. I won't hold it against you. But this is going to be a draw. I guess the one thing for Fabiano, he gets more time off the clock, but that's not a good result. Fabiano wanted to win this one.
Oh, absolutely. He won a pawn clean for nothing, and Nodirbek clawed his way back. So, I don't know. This is... it should really just be a draw.
There's bishop e8 coming to watch out for at some point. Keep your eyes on it.
The pawn on g5 is quite annoying.
Yeah, he goes for it, and I'm like, wait a second, am I running? I'm running, but I'm not fast enough.
Mm-hmm. A lot of pawns are going to disappear from the board as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So
e5,
still,
knight c3, and I think we'll get.
Wait, did he want this? He's going to play for e4 and e5? I guess so. Try to push the king back whence he came.
I think e4 could even potentially risk something for white. e5 and knight
black plays
e6.
e5. Yeah. Okay. All right, but now what's going on? Table base gives you a heart attack. I don't care that it says draw. Nodirbek is pushing for a win, and it would be his second in a row.
Ooh, not sure I like e4. I mean, I think this is like a forced win for black.
Dude, the table base just went from draw to win in one move, and I think in Blitz it was already, as you said, it was already a win for black in many ways. I mean, this is such a tough position to hold.
It's not even... this shouldn't even be close. I think this is going to be a super easy win for Nodirbek. I'm surprised to see that table-based thing. Because, in practice, this is just not even... shouldn't even be close.
Wow. Well, I mean, we got to take it in here, everybody. We got a comeback coming out. We got a comeback here. This is going to be his second game in a row. And none of the Fabi fans want to hear it, but both have been time scramble, bullet foreshadowing-esque. Is that a thing? Time dash scramble dash foreshadowing bullet. That's like a long thing, but they've been time shadow foreshadowing. You go.
A lot of shadows.
A lot of shadows happening. That's my point. It's a game of shadows.
Mm-hmm. Now, there's just one thing that's interesting. Earlier on, I think he missed a chance to do it properly. I think that he's winning it, but he's just doing it slowly. But he is getting it done.
Ooh, yeah, okay, it's still winning. He's got 93, and it's over. Yeah. Wow. Fabiano runs his fingers through the freshly froed out fro, but he's going to need more than a great-looking head of hair to stave off the Nodirbek comeback.
And you know what? He's got more than a great head of hair, so that's convenient.
He sure does. That means he's got two more things than I have. He's got chess skills and a great head of hair.
Those weren't the things that I was thinking of.
But all right, we're back in the Catalan where white parts ways with the light squared bishop. That has gone well for Fabiano so far today. If you're just tuning in, we had a very instructive 5-minute portion. Like I recommend going through those games. Fabiano put on a master class as black in these Catalan positions. Yeah. But right now, all momentum is favoring Nodirbek.
That's right. You know, you can read into the psychology a little bit because, this has been a very good opening for Fabi the whole match. But now, all of a sudden, doesn't it feel just a little bit different? Because it's a little pep in the step here for Nodirbek. Rook takes d5. Is that a move for the fans?
It is. There's a back rank. It's calling my name. Like, hey, oh, he missed it. Rook takes d5, and the queen had e8. Look at that. You see Fabi saw that he missed it. He sat up, and he was like,
he knows.
Oh, dear God. He's very glad.
And that's such a classic situation that, you know, when you're just a little rattled from the previous game. I mean, Fabi hasn't missed something like that in a while this whole match. So Nodirbek strung a few games together, and all it took was that just flagging, right? That momentum shifter, that was huge for Nodirbek. And hey, guess what? He's got a great position here. I know it doesn't look like much, but opposite bishops, he has the push.
It is. And it's an obstacle bishop attacking a kingside, but not the one for black that we saw all day. There's no light squares here, although queen f7 does threaten this. This is the potential of a very dangerous attack for white if somehow the dark square bishop can get going with the rooks.
Mm-hmm. And g4, I don't think he has. Yeah, rook h4 as well. That's right.
But h4 is played. He's going to play g4 and h5. Dirty dog. Just no, you know, he's going to go for g5 and put the rook here. That's what he's going to do.
Well, yeah. At this point, he's kind of being coaxed into it. It might be g takes h5 though, king f2, and I think this is the
rook g1.
The treatment.
Yeah. Okay. It's a double-edged one. But we like white. Again, Nodirbek has won 2 in a row. If you're just tuning in, it was a 4-game lead for Fabiano Caruana. But Nodirbek is on the comeback trail.
Yeah, Queen.
That's it.
D2.
That's an actual trail, by the way. Comeback trail.
Is it?
Been on it. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Not much of a hiker.
Yep. Great hikes where I live. All right. Queen D2, Rook A6. There's a D pawn hanging. Why can't I? Okay, H4 falls. I'm on. Okay, Queen F4 threatens Rook takes D5.
Yes.
He allows
Rook
it.
E6. And now you almost have to go Rook E1 unless there are tactics at play.
Did you just say sactics? Like sacrificial tactics? Did you just combine sacrifice and tactic into a word, sactic?
I would love to take credit for this, but I have to be honest, Danny, you just came up with that.
That was great. I heard you say sactic.
No, you that's yours, Danny. And if push comes to shove, I'm willing to go on record saying you came up with that.
Okay, that's me. Not I'm on this time. Sactic. TM. We did it. A sactic. There's some sick sactics in the air if you look at G7. We could sactic the bleep out of this. I could sactic all night. You know? Sorry, I'm overdoing it now.
like I said, you came up with it. Let's make sure. Okay. In fact, I'd like to now permanently distance myself.
There you go. Distance yourself even further from Danny's ability to stick his foot in his mouth. Okay, wait. But D5 is hanging in a lot of positions. Mm-hmm. You have to be careful because Rook takes E2, the king hides, and how do you deal with the pin? And he goes for it.
Yeah, so Rook E2, King F1, Bishop H3. But it's the King G1. Hello, get on the dark squares with a light square bishop for the opponent. This is very, very tricky.
And the kid takes a sip of water. I've never been able to look as cool as they do when they drink water. I just don't have the ability to look confident. All right. Rook to D8. F6 is hanging. Dark squares are abundant for black. Sorry, for white on the attack.
Yeah, there might be... Yeah, because Rook, let's say Rook F7, there's so many ways for white to penetrate the position. Queen B8, Rook G5.
Sactics?
Just sactics everywhere.
There's mate on H8. Look at that. Rook to G5, courtesy of Amon Hamilton. That's actually a really strong threat. I mean, there's Rook E1, so you have to be a little careful. But
there's also Rook F7, Bishop takes F6. Because the Queen C7 also leads to mate.
Yeah. By the way, your move Rook G5 right here, right now, is pretty good. You're going to meet me. Look at the Amonometer. I'm just telling you, the Amonometer. Rook G5. F and A, Cotton. Last game of the year, Dan. You can't hold anything back now. We're headed to Bullet with a 1-game lead.
That's incredible that this has turned from 4 to... Fabi is, spiraling like you'd never think was possible.
And you can't even take the rook again because there's Queen C7 stuff. Or now you just use the dark squares.
Yep.
Bishop C3 check, I assume.
I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. I'm always happy that it's someone else's problem, you know?
Yeah.
Like Queen B8, is that the right idea? Okay, this one hits F6.
Yeah, that's probably good enough.
Yeah, Rook E6, Queen G7. I think he's getting it done.
Yeah, too many threats. Not enough time for black. Queen G7 is made on the board. And we have liftoff, boys and girls. A frustrated Fabiano Caruana right there, but an elated Nodirbek Abdusatturov.
A match of momentum and psychological swings, Danny, because there was not really any reason that Nodirbek should be back in this match when you think about if that game had just been a draw like it was supposed to be, if he didn't win on time, we're in a totally different parallel universe. So take your chances, and Nodirbek did. It's going to be an exciting bullet portion, Danny, because it's now down to a single game.
Yeah. I guess the one thing, if you're Fabiano Caruana, you get some friendly advice, you get some coaching, and you say, hey, man, keep your energy up. You've been here before in a really tight battle like last year. So you can do it again and win in overtime, even though clearly he needs to do something to shake the momentum. You know what I often shake? My shaker bottle with AG1, because I take that stuff because it actually makes me feel good, okay? AG1 is literally your next smart move. I'm not kidding. They are an awesome partner of ours. I do drink it. I mainly drink it, I'm just gonna be honest, because it tastes good, all right? I'm like a little kid inside, and it's actually, I know you're looking at it, you're like, green, vegetables. You're wrong. It's phenomenal. I don't know if Amon's ever had it.
I've actually been on record on the SEC coining that the Chess.com flavor. It's just green Chess.com. You know, what can I say? You got something cooking over there.
It is. It's the Chess.com flavor. Use the command AG1. Go check it out, seriously. And if you go to drinkag1.com/chess, use our code because it's a fun partnership and we're hoping you enjoy it. And all right. I hope everyone's enjoying the SEC because it's been a blast. Amon Hamilton and I are going to take our last break before the bullet portion commences. I recommend you get a snack, maybe some AG1, some fresh energy. Don't go anywhere. The Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase returns with Bullet.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Did you know you can add emoji to your online games and analysis boards? Simply click on the emoji palette icon, select your emoji, and left-click on the board. You can choose from a host of notations, animations, emoticons, and even your favorite chess personalities. Emoticons will fade away after a few seconds. However, notations and special animations remain on the board until they are cleared. To clear them, simply left-click on the emoji or hit the Clear All button at the bottom of the palette. Have fun. Try them all on Chess.com.
It's bullet time, baby. We're back, baby. He's Amon Hamilton, Danny Wrench. We have a thriller right now with Fabiano Caruana and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Amon, a single one game separates these two as we head into the fastest time control.
Yeah, I feel like what we've got in front of us, Danny, is the match that we expected to have, but we didn't get here the way that we expected to get here, because there was a big lead that Fabiano opened up, a 4-game lead. In fact, it looked like he was kind of cruising. But now you see the face of someone who's kind of scratching the forehead a little bit and saying, wait a minute, he is right back in this match, he being Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Yeah, it's true, especially because when he had that 4-game lead, there were a couple games that he could have won during that comeback we just saw from Nodirbek, right? So Fabiano not only has to forget about the fact that he had a 4-game lead, but that he probably had decent chances to protect it, and he didn't. And right now, he's only up 1 game, and this kid is good in time scrambles.
He is, and we're going to get to see basically a condensed version of what we've been seeing, because let's call it like it is, Danny. We've had bullet games built into every Blitz game so far. And it seems maybe obvious to say, but no, not every Blitz game ends up in a time scramble. But in this match, I think it has.
Agreed town, population us, which is a town that exists between America and Canada. You and I now live in Agreement Town for the rest of the match. Here we go with a Ruy Lopez.
Agreed.
Look at that. Look at that. We're together, me and you. All right, here we go. Lopez, once again, you called it, Amon. You said as the time controls get faster, players tend to revert to their most comfortable openings. We know that Fabiano loves himself some Ruy Lopez, and here we go.
Yeah, this is a very classic approach, d4, d5, to blunt the bishop on b7. You're going to see players, as happens in Bullet, default to not only openings they know, but moves and plans that they're familiar with and can execute quickly.
And you see how deep the theory goes here, because the opening bar came back there. We had eval bar, and then we had a transposition occur on move 18, where we were back in known theory. So this stuff has been played many times by many players. I don't really trust the eval bar a lot in these spots, too. I think that white tends to be a little favored because of space and these things, but it's very close in anyone's game right now.
Yeah, and the other thing is, this is Bullet, which means you're really looking for playability, not necessarily engine advantage. Like, a lot of times the engine really prefers the position, but guess what? If Black's plans are so easy and you can get those moves off really quickly, that means a lot.
Well, you called it after that en passant, which is now forced after I updated the system. Thank you, Coinbase. The C3 pawn is now weak, and now so Fabi wants to get rid of it,
E4,
but we get a protected pass pawn. Gosh, that feels good for Black.
It really does. The one thing is, I think the position is still so interesting because Black wants to put this knight on d6, bishop on h6. White, on the other hand, blockades the b pawn effectively with the knight on b3. So I'm not sure which side I like here.
Yeah, I agree. Although I tend to lean Black. I feel like this edge case pawn is a little more powerful than the centrally blockaded pass pawn. But you're right. I mean, this is like anything else so far in this Lopez, a bit of a coin flip.
Truly, and the bishop on h6 seems like it's not doing much, but the d2 square means if a knight ever occupies it, Black wants to trade off that bishop, he can. The break in the position is f5, but you're not really going to chuck that out there until you're ready.
Agreed. F5 is the move. We see White getting ready to meet it. Black patiently awaiting. Now the queen has snuck into a4, but she's like, just kidding. I was just coming in to say hi, like your in-laws, uninvited to dinner. Here they are. Why are you here? Get out. Sorry, I blacked out. We're back.
Yeah, it started as a really nice reference, and then I realized you weren't commentating anymore.
Sorry. Yeah, okay, here we go. I'm back. No more in-laws at dinner. The queen has left, but G5 is coming. G5 and we live. Where's Canny when you need him?
Truly. G4 is such a big threat, actually. I'm not sure how to deal with this. Knight H2 and F3, gross, but might be necessary.
No, but it's looking good for Nodirbek. This will be the 4th victory in a row for Nodirbek if he gets it. And that is not what Fabiano wants. Oh, man.
Knight G3, Knight F5 is a really easy plan,
key.
though.
But the more this game goes on, okay, he steals the pawn and gets away with it? What? What is going on?
Yeah, this is not trending in the right direction. Rook H4, maybe.
Man, the Ammonometer down there shows black was winning, but we're back to equal.
Oh, no.
And both
Knight
kings
E5
are in
is
danger.
Such a big threat.
Wait,
Queen takes
wait,
C4.
you just walked into it!
Same idea. Yep.
Dude! Nodirbek just walked into that blunder with Queen C8.
Yeah, that was really walking into it.
Literally the definition of it. It's somehow still a crazy game here.
Who's walking into what?
What is going on here? Oh my gosh! Black
madness.
is mating white.
He's lost.
He's lost his
insane.
marbles.
What game was that? Danny.
What? Look at that. Look at the Ammonometer. Look at the up and down.
He was down a rook.
It's like on life support here. You've got this. This is not good. We want stability here. This is nutty.
Huh?
Oh my gosh.
Fabi has not. Wait a minute. Can we actually quantify this? Has he lost 4 games in a row? Like it was.
Was there a draw in between? There might have been a draw in between.
Maybe, but it's downhill. Fabi hasn't won a game in a long time. Let's put it that way.
Fabiano has not. It's a 4-game win streak confirmed.
Wow.
This is where you have to stop the bleeding, to use the chess phrase, right? You have to take care of the momentum. Even if you get a draw here as Fabiano, you can't let it completely run off the tracks.
That's right.
But it's not looking good again.
Yeah, so these positions are always interesting. They feel good for black because you have this, unassailed knight that's going to land on e5. But what white generally does in these positions is leaves the rooks hitting f7 and then slowly, over the course of maybe many moves, trades the bishops and then trades the knights. And then the position with heavy pieces is not that good.
Right. And the reason it's not is because black has 1.5 million pawn islands, which, if you don't know, a pawn island is any grouping of pawns, whether one or more. That means there is just too much to defend in the major piece endgame. So, wow, knight takes h2 from Fabiano. He can get away with that? Apparently he did.
Knight e4.
What in the world?
Holy smokes, the tactics are flying here.
Man, this is crazy. My heart is going out to Fabiano. He's a friend, but I don't have time to think about that because at this point, the momentum is so impressive for Nodirbek. Even though Fabiano has also let several of these games go, he doesn't want to do it again. Got to not lose this game, Amon.
Totally. D8 is hanging. Don't forget that.
So is h6.
Okay, and what comes next? Queen g7. Here there's knight g3, bishop g4.
Yeah.
Oh, bishop g4, rook takes.
Excuse me. Rook takes. And this is also good because h5 is just hanging.
That's right.
Just take it.
Take with the knight, right? Like, don't trade the queens.
Bro, it's about to be 5 in a row. Chess bra. About to be 5 in a row. What is going on?
This is unbelievable. Really, really remarkable. The landslide that Fabi's on right now. You talk about needing to stop. I mean, at this point, the ball is just rolling down the hill, and I'm not sure it can be stopped.
Yep. Okay, well, they're back in this line, but again, Fabi goes for the bishop d6 instead of your suggestion to shake and bake. No, but Fabi goes bishop g3 instead of taking and playing knight e5, which was your suggestion, right?
Yeah, sorry, I thought you meant that the interesting thing was Nodirbek previously played pawn takes d4 and bishop d5. That was good.
Yeah.
So I don't know why he's back to this.
I agree, yeah. So if you're missing, we're referring to a couple of London games that were played in the slower time controls back when we were in 5 minutes. So right now, we are in a London. Here we see this bishop b5 idea. It's a thematic one to get rid of that dangerous light squared attacker.
Yeah, rook a5 is obviously not possible. So very technically, that b pawn is lost. There it is. There it goes. These are weird positions because despite being up a pawn, you don't have full confidence in white's position. It's one of those Londons where you don't have a pawn on d4, which is extremely rare.
Fabiano playing well. He's up 20 seconds on the clock, up a clean pawn. But we've seen him lose games already before in the time scrambles, right? So that's the problem.
B3, maybe? B3, knight B5, kind of? I mean, yeah, you can trade queens as well, actually. Yeah, knight C6. It's a huge advantage. Might even be winning after, C4 or something.
Pass pawns are coming. There's going to be 2 of them here in short order. So if this is the game where Caruana does indeed stop the bleeding and right the ship, the thriller maintains itself. We have 20 minutes to go. Nodirbek just rook takes d6. I didn't even see it. Nice little finish.
It was a nice finish. I think it was completely unstoppable. Like the rook was in a permanent pin. So just honestly, I have a kind of a model game there from Fabi. But Nodirbek probably just played too quick, Danny. I don't know why he switched his London line back to that. That was much worse.
Yep. All right, a tied match. We promised you a thriller. All right, you were like, oh, drama, hype, commentators, whatever. That's what they do, and that's what you sound like when you're trolling us in chat. So you think you sound cool. You're like, yeah, commentators. That's what they sound like, Amon, in our head. Do they not?
I've met some Twitch chatters, Danny. They sound exactly like that. So definitely living up to the stereotype.
So right now, you said we were hyping up fake drama. The drama is real. We have a nail biter.
Yep.
Like Amon said, maybe not how we thought we'd get here in a massive, wild, swinging affair, but we're dead locked with 20 minutes to go.
And I have to say, just in terms of bullet playability, white's position looks easy. Looks fun, lots of tactics, weird hanging stuff everywhere for black to watch out for, and rook d1, rook e1 is so easy to do.
Nodirbek, also someone who seems to have saved something in the tank as far as openings go, Amon, for bullet, right? He played a lot of d4. We had a lot of Catalans. Now he's switching exclusively to e4. We know that the young man plays himself a scotch, enjoys himself a nice scotch, this guy right here. Okay, I also play bad scotch openings against Amon Hamilton. but the point is, exactly. Well, never forget the queen on h1. Never forget. Anyway. The point is, Nodirbek going back to his main repertoire in these sharp e4 games where he's at home, and right now it's paying off with another really good position.
I was going to say, what about bishop? I was going to say bishop g3, but he did bishop d2. The idea being protect the g-pawn, and this is why I maybe wanted bishop g3 so that there was no queen h4 in the future. Because I think if you keep the pawn on g4, look at that knight on e8, Danny. f6 off limits, d6 off limits, f5 and h5 were off limits until that.
By the way, the move that Fabi missed was queen h4. He played 98, just to point out the reason that was a double question mark for the fans wishing we had time. We don't have time to highlight all mistakes right now in Bullet. But even though the eval bar says white's better, from a practical perspective, this is anyone's game. This is like, this is gross.
There's some queen h4 that looks way too tempting to play. But that's an amazing response.
This is a problem.
That's a really, really good reply.
Yeah.
Queen g6
is there
is
some
a draw.
world where you can... I was going to say, could you go queen g6 anyway?
That's true. Yeah, you could try to run the king.
I think the idea was that, but he didn't go for it, and now black is on the attack.
Insane.
Dude,
Abby
how do you
is
stop
making
this?
a comeback. Look at the time.
Just check and queen.
Check and queen check again and take on f5 with the pawn so that you can't take it back.
What is going on in this position?
It's just madness.
We have 2 queens on the board.
Queen
it's a
H2.
madhouse.
Yeah, queen h2. Good move under
What
pressure.
a nice move. What a nice finish there.
It's almost like you're checkmating the attacking ideas.
Exactly. I see your checkmate and raise you checkmate. Right?
That was
like you can't triple stamp a double stamp, Lloyd. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. I see your checkmate. I raise you checkmate. like what wins, right? Full house or straight flush, right? I mean, half the people at their local poker game are looking up on their phone, trying not to tip their hand. We're like, you don't even know that a straight flush beats a full house, bro? Never mind. It's just like, these are the things.
And there you see Nodirbek had that, it clued in for him, right? He played CD4 and bishop B5 again. It was just an accident, I think, where he realized he was in bullet. He was just autopiloting. He's like, damn it, I didn't play the line I was supposed to play. Now he remembered.
Yep. But he's down a game. Again, Fabiano Caruana has regained his lead. He goes from up 4 games to down a game. He's back up by 1. Topsy-turvy is the definition.
Yeah, and I think, to have this match be potentially decided by 1 game is so fitting. But there's still 15, 16 minutes of bullet to play, which is a lot of bullet games.
A lot of bullet. That's enough for me to get adopted by one of these guys. I would lose 10 games in a row, even to someone like you, as you already know. So
yeah, I seem to remember 1 or 2 times.
The point is, I am living evidence that a lot of bad things can happen in 15 minutes. That's the point, okay? We don't need to go any further. All right, knight to e5. We're back in a Carlsbad structure. Probably b5 occurs soon. Indeed, it does. It's on the board.
I like White's chances here because I think you can set up, and it's just kind of known that this knight belongs on d3. It's a defensive hero here, and knight on d3, knight on d6. Maybe that can be the chat's main takeaway from these structures.
Yeah. These guys always have their pieces where they want to be. e5, an interesting breakthrough, undermining the protection of the knight. Again, it weakens d5 every time you change the structure, but it is a typical kind of thematic thing to do.
Mm-hmm. a5 is, kind of hanging now, right?
I think it could have been taken, and neither player saw it. Mutual blindness.
Yeah,
it was just
hanging back to c7, yeah. Defend it.
No, I think you were right. I think they could have gone for it, but now, either way, Fabiano, to his credit, is up on the clock once again.
Yeah, he has really been doing that, and it's been paying dividends for him. I was going to say, I wonder how to actually get active in this position. b4 takes, rook a8 is what he wants. What the heck is this?
Yeah, this doesn't look good for Fabi, though, because in the end, these pawns are being undermined, and that knight, can it stop the passed pawns? Just take it. Or is it b3?
I was almost, for just a half second, thinking if rook takes c5. I was like, wait a minute. Doesn't work.
Yeah. Okay, it doesn't work. Instead, we head to one of these rook endings. It's the same rook ending that we had at one point. A little different in terms of the double pawn structure, though.
Yeah. This I'm not so sure about this by Nodirbek, actually.
Yeah. That pass c pawn and d pawn, 2 passed pawns, are usually pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think king f7 was better than king h6. Like, if I could choose where my king is here, I'd want it closer to White's pawns. But
and White's pawns are just faster here.
They're faster,
rook c2
exactly.
and d6, and it's over. And Fabiano Caruana, I don't want to call it too early, but okay, he could. This is still blunderable.
Yeah.
But now d7 is unstoppable, and that'll be all she wrote.
Yeah, the best you can do is play g2 here, but it's not gonna help you.
White's gonna pick up the h2 pawn. Nodirbek resigns. He knows he only has 12 minutes. Both players have the clock in front of them.
That's right.
A lot of these games are following a typical Amon meter path. They start out very equal, and then you put that Amon face right where it turns around, and one player gets the advantage. Hashtag Amon meter. It's okay. You can own it. It sounds good. It rolls off the tongue well. You've heard of the Terminator. This is the Amon meter.
Well, Danny, there's always that one part of the show where it feels like you just go right over the edge, just a little too far, and well, there it was. That was that moment.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you bringing me back. Sometimes I have to cross my own lines of decency just to remind myself that I still have lines. Then we back up. And we are in a bishop versus knight dynamic, but Fabiano really does seem to have righted the ship, which is bad news for Nodirbek. Momentum has turned squarely the other way around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this knight on d4 is quite good, but after c3, the pieces are getting exchanged. So I don't think that Fabi can like play a knight against bishop position. I'm expecting bishop takes e6 because I don't know if I want to deal with knight f4 and bullet.
Yeah.
But apparently he doesn't care. I would be playing bishop takes e6 for sure. Get that thing out of the way.
He waits too long, and now he's going to get out with knight c5. Is that the idea?
Yeah, I think
queen
you can just
c5.
take it. Yeah, you can just take it back because there's queen c5 there.
And if rook e1, there's like, I don't know if it works, but you got to watch out for things like this, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, queen e2 actually keeps everything, amazingly. But queen e2, I think there was, following your idea, knight f4, like a similar plan to get that rook attacked.
Yeah, agreed. Now white has kind of routed around the dysfunction. As long as you unpin the rook, you're not worried anymore about tactics.
Yeah, king g2, and then switch everything. Rook f3, rook f1. Feels like white's kind of doing well.
Oh, yeah, here comes h5. f7 is a weakness. Maybe just go back for it. Obviously, if f7 breaks, g6 falls.
Yeah, just switch the pieces. Why the heck not?
Switch to the f-file. He does it. Sometimes it's that simple. As
yeah,
we
I don't know
cross the 10-minute mark.
I don't know how you stop this. Because remember, queen guards f7, and there's still rook f7, queen g6.
Yeah. Takes everything. Fabi runs to h8. Has to be winning for white. Very nice move. Threatens queen c8 and guards check, although that was already guarded. But seriously, great retreating move. And I think it's
collected.
over.
Knight d6, gotta try it. Nice. Just seeing everything.
Take h5 first, then you win the knight. Fabiano resigns. Interesting match strategy. He doesn't try to get any more time off the total clock. I'm not sure we're in the territory where it matters. I think just momentum is all that matters right now, Amon. But
yeah,
both players will be aware that we are under 10 minutes, and it's a one-game match.
I think you need to have like a 2-game lead teetering on 3 before you're really thinking about that. Because remember, the way the SEC works, and I've always been a fan of this rule, is that the final game, as long as it starts with 1-2 seconds on the match clock, it counts. So that's always important for both players, but especially the guy behind to remember.
Yeah. And we've seen it really matter. We've seen epic comebacks that literally came down to a game that started as seconds expired. So right now, and I agree, yeah, taking extra meta thoughts into consideration will ruin the flow, right? Ruin the mojo. So don't worry about it. We're in a Ruy Lopez. Some say don't play the Ruy Lopez against Fabiano. Nodirbek says, I got you right here.
Play it every time.
Yeah, play every time. But Fabiano playing quickly. He is up on the clock every time they're in the Lopez. I will say that.
Interesting move to play b5, maybe? I wasn't sure if he was trying to close the position with the bishop like on the inside.
Probably should have. Probably still can.
Yeah, queen a7. And so black's going for like knight f4, f5, but it definitely doesn't seem fast enough. Knight g1 is a common idea as well to try to play g3 here.
Not every day you see black turn the momentum toward the king side in the Ruy Lopez, but here it is the case. You have to watch out for tactics on h3 already. Is there like, dude, takes h3. If you take with the king, rook takes f3. I don't know if it had worked, but there was something nasty going on over there.
I see what you're doing there. Queen c8 is almost, basically the same idea, but let's build it up with a real threat first. Knight g5 covers h3, but how temporary is knight g5?
Yeah, it's kicked already, and knight takes g2 points out we have all kinds of problems coming in here. Queen f3, knight h4. Wow, the computer is like, no, white is winning here, and I'm scared out of my mind. This is so crazy.
I would run. Yeah, king f1. I'm just booking it to the queen side. See you, Danny.
Yeah, he does it too. Fabiano, cool, calm,
goodbye.
and collected. Get out of dodge, run, Forrest, run.
I think in that position, black had to go knight f3 check, king e2, and queen h5. Like, it's something to keep the king, exactly.
Yeah, the knight on f3 would have guarded d2, everyone. So, that was the key. Agreed. Now d6 is going to fall.
This is not enough.
Ooh. Fabi slipping a little bit.
Yeah,
you can take d6. You actually could take d6 there.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
Because there was knight b5. He didn't see it.
Mm-hmm. b3, queen a1, and knight e1. Careful now.
This is... Oh, knight e2. Knight e2. That's a fork.
h5. h5, f4 or something? I don't even know. I would go h5.
Oh, now d4 check is on the board, and you win the pawn. Did you take it?
Same idea?
No.
Oof.
Wow. What a game. This is a practical big moment for Fabi because he's lost winning advantages under time pressure already, right? You're thinking the same thing I am. So if he doesn't convert this one, that is not a good sign. And it's probably going to have some emotional...
Queen e2 hung the queen.
Oh my god!
He just hung the queen.
He just hung the queen in one move.
And neither player saw it. They're not on the right page, but they're on the same page.
They're not on the right page, but they're on the same page. Like me and you, buddy. Hey, come on. Look at that. And Fabiano Caruana, Nodirbek shakes off Mom. Mom was trying to bring him some lemonade. She's like, honey, you need a snack. No lemonade. He's like, Mom, get away. I'm playing a match on Twitch.
I've actually been noticing that, and the more I see it, the more I'm like, no, that's like the bullet, like carpal tunnel. He's like shaking out his wrist from moving so damn quick at the end.
Ah, okay. It's not Mom. Not Mom.
I don't think so. You have your reads on the Hikaru Nakamura, expressions, but I know a good bullet shakeout, when I see one.
Okay, there you go. You know a good bullet shakeout when you see it, right? Us old guys don't play enough bullet to resonate with that. Always thinking like a dad. I want to get my kid a snack when he's tired.
Awesome.
All right. Well, where are we at right now? We have a 2-game lead. 4 minutes left. It has been done before. If Nodirbek wins this and then starts the next game before time expires, it's still possible. Everyone remembers Jan Krzysztof Duda's comeback versus Grishuk in like a very similar position.
And that's why, by the way, b4 almost looked like a mouse slip. That's how much I didn't like that move. What? Whoa. Okay, so weirdly, b4 was played, and then knight d2 was kind of a mini blunder there by white, because queen d7 forced g4, not a move white wanted to play.
Yeah.
But it's weird, because b4 didn't force knight d2, it just happened to be played.
He does eventually kind of get the pressure over here. These pawns are ugly ducklings.
Take the bishop, knight c4, b3.
He's
he's got to go for the pawn here. Has to. Hey, a must-win game for Nodirbek. The reason why you and I aren't panicking about the 2-game lead is because, hey, this is the game that matters the most no matter what. It's a must-win for white, and if he does win it, we're going to have such an epic finish.
Such an epic match. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm rooting for Nodirbek in this game because I want more chess. And if Fabi wins, it's over. So let's go, Nodirbek. He's got to win right here, right now.
Yep.
But Fabi, this is starting to... I mean, from a practical perspective, Black has got the H-file. D4 was a very nice move, though.
It really was.
I
was going to say, you almost have to play F6, but instead he threatens mate. And now queen takes e5. You cannot dislodge that knight easily. You need... Oh, he goes for the queen trade. Smart, actually. Very smart.
Yeah, get the queens off. You're up a pawn if you're white.
Knight c4.
Still in control. Yep. All right, that's not a bad idea, but Fabi says, I'm all right. I'm gonna keep that knight right where he belongs.
Yeah, but now there's a pawn on g5. You can go back to rook e3 and then play knight c4.
Yeah.
I think
or
rook
king
e3
g4
might have been a bit better. a5's hanging. Oops.
Ooh, c4, a5, lots of things hanging.
A4
not a lot of time.
Is a big practical problem. Like allowing a4, a3 is just, I don't think you want to do it, but you kind of have to.
Doesn't see anything better. And this is This is a position you could lose with one move. You step wrong and you miscalculate, and here comes that knight.
But guess what? He has to try, Danny, so I don't blame him at all. Motor those pawns up the board and leave the rook on a1. Just go, go, go.
Yep. Agreed. Here he goes. He's playing it well. He has to win this game or the match is over.
King back to e4. This knight d5 check.
Knight c4? What's the move?
Yeah, knight c4 is a try.
He blunders the a-pawn! Oh, my God!
Oh, no.
He allowed rook d1.
Yeah, this is too much.
That's going to be it.
He's still got a position here, but yeah, this is impossible.
No, that's it right there.
Yep, that is going to be the match. There would have been enough time for one more game, Danny, but...
Oh my gosh. One move, the eval bar reveals, Fabiano plays rook d1 and it's over. No matter what happens, the time is running out at this point, and all Fabi has to do is run out the clock.
Yeah, the thing is, he can draw the game. That's why there's not really a lot of pressure, because even a draw here is enough.
Yeah, that was my point. Well said. You often say things better. Another reason you're a grandmaster.
Ouch.
But
this
wow.
is so tough for Nodirbek, who played such a phenomenal match and really gave himself chances in this final game too.
Yep. And just like that, Fabiano Caruana holds on by the several hairs on his chinny chin chin. In fact, it's a mustache. If you look closely, it's right there. And we have one more player moving on to the round of 8. He smiles. He grabs a drink of water. He's like, bring on Hikaru. I got you, boy. Right here. Bring on Hikaru.
He's not sure how to feel. That's a sigh of relief, maybe disgust with some of his own moves this match, but also, hey, of course, he's happy to get the win. And what a thrilling match, Danny, because although the final score actually opened up to a 3-point victory, it was truly a 1 game match the entire way.
Yeah. Wow, indeed. I agree with everything you said. It was way closer than a 3-game score. A 3-game score is not a bad match. We all had a great time here today. Stick around. We have interviews. We have savvy moves. We have a lot of chess ahead here on the show. So don't leave just yet. But it was even closer than 3 games, Amon. And if you're Nodirbek, I know a loss doesn't feel good, but the kid just continues to show that he's going to be the name for many years to come.
Absolutely. I mean, what a match. I think this was the match that everyone expected it to be. At times it looked like, oh, maybe someone might run away with it. Oh, Nodirbek is right back in it. But in the end, it truly was decided by that single game there at the end. Chances missed by both sides. Looking back on the games, I'm sure they'll both be like, oh, I should have had this. I shouldn't have done that. But ultimately, this was just the close fight that we all signed up for.
Yeah. They delivered, as they say, and we are going to deliver with more content ahead. As I said, we have interviews, we have savvy moves to break down, we have more from Amon Hamilton. Don't go anywhere. The 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase. Final moments of the day when we return.
Spell Chess is coming to Chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of 2 spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish, before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to 1 square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess, dropping on September 1st.
We are now joined by Fabiano Caruana. The 2023 Speed Chess Championship presented by Coinbase had yet another great match. Fabi, I get accused of bias towards you a lot, and I'm not going to apologize for our friendship, but I just want to own up. I was rooting for Nodirbek in that last game because I wanted more chess between you guys. This was an awesome match. You did get the job done. Your initial thoughts?
Yeah, I was not hoping for him to win the last game because although I like entertaining matches, it's also incredibly stressful to be sitting here playing 1 minute chess, and any mistake can cost you the match. It was really tough. At some point, I felt very good in the match. I thought I was basically running away with it, but then I started to choke game after game, losing positions I had no business losing. And it was one of those typical matches of momentum in some ways. I clearly had it at some point early on in the match, and then he clearly had it going into the bullet. But somehow I managed to get some very important points near the end of the match.
Yeah.
I think that's a great point. You talk about momentum. I was actually going to highlight it. Felt like you lost the game on time in what should have been just a dead draw, and that kind of started the momentum in a bad way against you. I feel like I know you well enough, so I'm going to ask you, Fabi, were you on tilt, man?
Somewhat, but I'm kind of used to these matches. I have kind of, maybe not a huge amount of experience, but a decent amount of experience because they've been going on for, the Speed Chess Championship has been going on for so many years. So I realized at some point that it always comes down to the last few games. Okay, there are some like runaway matches that happen, and I've been on the receiving end, unfortunately, a few times. But most of the time, it comes down to the final few games. Even if someone builds up a very big lead early on, like there was the Levon against Wesley match, which was like a 7-point lead, and then if only a few things had gone differently for Levon in the bullet, I think that he would have, it would have been really, really close. So even these matches where one player seems to have a huge lead, they very often come down to the last few games. So I realized that, if I didn't completely tilt, then maybe, and if I play well in bullet, then I would probably have chances even if I'm trailing at some point.
It's great stuff, Bobby. One of the things we highlighted about the two of you heading into this match is that you had 232 games in the SEC. Nodirbek had 55, and we talked about experience. If I'm replaying some of the things Amon and I talked about, he kept going into this Catalan line where you were super comfortable with the opposite code bishop compensation. Maybe you prepared that for this match, I don't know, but it was working out. And then we were critical of Nodirbek's choice to play the Alekhine in the early portions of the 3-1, almost like he was getting a little bit too crazy, unnecessarily so, right? The match was still close. And let me just ask you, do you feel like some of his inexperience in some of those choices, going for that opening in the Catalan, maybe playing the Alekhine, ultimately hurt him in a very close match?
I'm not sure if it's inexperience. I think that we've played quite a few matches online and we have some experience over the board as well, where he does tend to target me in the Catalan, and usually quite successfully. And I don't think it was a bad choice necessarily because I couldn't remember exactly how to play this line. And it did result in some bad positions. And also I did lose this very critical game in the 3-minute where he mated me. And also I blundered the d5 pawn, which he didn't notice in the opening. But yeah, so I don't think that it was a bad choice. He just tended to drift in these obstacle bishop positions from what I was seeing. I really shouldn't have won that position where I'm in a slightly worse endgame. I mean, it just you should never win that. So and likewise for that obstacle bishop endgame we got from the Italian. There was a theme for, let's say, the early to mid portion of the match where we were playing an enormous amount of obstacle bishop endgames, and I was getting the better of it most of the time. So I don't know if that's really experience or bad opening choice. I mean, it could have also gone the other way, that he was outplaying me. It's easy in hindsight, right? It's easy to say I should have done this differently or I should have done this better, but we're very often taking decisions in real time, and they could be questionable or they could work out perfectly, and you look like a genius. It's one of those things that you can't really know for sure in the moment.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask kind of about looking back in hindsight. There was a very clear dynamic between you two where Nodirbek would get quite low on time. And I feel like early on in the match, there was a noticeable game where you kind of overpressed in his time pressure and he flipped it around and won. but then later on, you also used his time pressure against him effectively. Was that a struggle that you were kind of noticing in many of the games, that when he would get low on time, you could try to use it against him?
Yeah, I wasn't at all surprised that I would, like, I kind of expected that I would get the lead on the clock early on in the games, and then he would usually outplay me once we get down to seconds, because I'm not really very consistent, or it's not like I'm terrible, but I'm not very consistent when it comes down to the final few seconds. Sometimes I can like scrape my way out of trouble, but purely by luck. It's not like I have the skill that, let's say, Hikaru or Magnus or Alireza have, where they can play very, very well even when they're down to like 2 seconds. For me, the main task is just not to flag. Like that's already an accomplishment in itself. So I wasn't surprised that when we're getting down to a few seconds that I was struggling, especially early on, because I haven't played this like this format in a year. So early on in the match, I expected a little bit of rust when it came down to the last few seconds.
Well, honestly, I feel like I want to kind of unpack a lot about your thought process in this match, especially given the momentum that it was. And lucky for us, we've got more great questions here, courtesy of Feature Chat. So back to the momentum. This one's from Nightwind Archer 1. Wanted to talk about how you stayed calm after having blown that lead, right? You lost 5 games in a row, and you weren't just losing. You weren't just not leading anymore, you were losing. So what was going through your thought process at that time for our chatter here?
Yeah, I did have some negative thoughts, let's say. They do tend to creep in when you're spoiling things, especially when I had a very big lead and I could have extended it. So I had those intrusive thoughts coming in. And then we had a break, like I guess it was about an 8-minute break. I went out on the balcony. I just tried to not think about the match for a few minutes. And then the first bullet game was such a mess. I mean, I was losing, I was winning, and then suddenly I lost in the last few seconds. And after that, I was very jittery. I thought this was the most dangerous moment in the match for sure. Like also when you get down to these time scrambles and also that they don't work out, it gets you very nervous. So I was very nervous at this moment and also trailing. That was probably the worst moment in the match for me, but things kind of went well after that. I didn't expect it to go so well. But it was even a comfortable lead coming into the end. Of course, I could have lost the last game, but already he was coming up on time running out in the entire match. So, yeah. But that was indeed a very difficult moment psychologically.
Well, Fabi, I don't mean to look ahead too far into the future in this tournament, but our chatter here, Soy Shente, is wondering how you're going to plan for your next match against Hikaru.
Yeah, well, Hikaru is about as tough an opponent as you can get. I mean, he won last year, and he's basically always gotten to the final. I think that's true. Like every edition, he's gotten to the final of this. So yeah, that's a very tough match. I won't sugarcoat it, but I'm glad that I got past the first one. I just did play a tournament with Hikaru. We played the Fisher Random event, and last night we were kind of hanging out, a big group of people, and he was playing Bullet. Hikaru was against Ray. But it was like 35 seconds against 1 minute. It was very fast Bullet, and over the board you basically shouldn't be able to play with 35 seconds, right? You should be getting flagged every single game. But his skills are quite incredible, even over the board. And this, like in terms of Bullet, I mean he really is a monster. But okay, I'll do my best. I have a long history with Hikaru, going back more than a decade of professional chess at the top level. So I don't know if it'll be a pleasure to play him again, but hopefully it'll be a good match, and hopefully I'll fight well.
It's mind-blowing, by the way. 35 seconds to 1 minute, no TV Bullet. Sorry, we'll unpack that later. But all right, another question from chat to unpack. This comes to us from the Unpaid Debt. Let's hope he's taking care of that unpaid debt. He wants you to give us insight on how grandmasters like yourself stay calm, spot tactics, and your opponent's blunders when under time pressure.
I think a lot of it really is instinct. It's not something that you can necessarily learn, because when you're making these like split-second decisions, you can't see much of anything. I mean, you're very much relying on instinct and a few tactics in the position. So yeah, some people's tactical vision is better than others. Some people's intuition is better than others, but it's not something that there's like some clear advice I can give. I do have to say that one of the main strengths, I think, of these like really great players who play very well under their last few seconds is that they do manage to stay calm. They are not panicking, and that's a skill in itself, that you can actually stay calm when you're close to flagging. So some people are really good at that. Some naturally very good at that. For example, Hikaru, of course, he stays calm. Alireza is also a very good example. And some are less good, but it is definitely a very important skill to have.
Mm-hmm. Well, Fabi, we appreciate your time. I've got one more question for you from our chatter, Jay Gon, who basically wondering what, honestly, a lot of us would like to know. How is the SCC for you? I mean, you compete at the highest level in your OTB tournaments, but how is it to play the Speed Chess Championship? Is it more stressful? Do you enjoy it more? Are you more liberal with some of the variations you're willing to try? What do you think of the event?
Well, it's definitely very stressful because we're getting down to the last few seconds and you have all that adrenaline and things happening so quickly. Of course, there's less at stake compared to, let's say, the candidates or the World Cup or something like that. So the stress is contained to a very short period of time, let's say a few hours. And like all chess tournaments events, and I'm sure everyone can relate to this, it's very fun if you win, and it's very not fun if you don't win. So I think everyone knows that feeling of the disappointment of losing a critical game and the joy of playing great or winning an important game or tournament or whatever your goal is. But I do enjoy it. That's why I play every year, because I do like this format, and I like playing against the best players in the world in a very competitive and unique sort of event like this.
Well, Fabi, this has been great. We can't wait to see what happens in your next match with Hikaru, but I'm going to bring our interview to a close here by giving you a chance, while you control the microphone, to state your case for why your cat deserves a bot the next time we bring the cat bots back. You have 30 seconds, sir, bringing the DMs from you and Levon Aroni and attacking me into the fold.
Okay, so the first thing is that Levon's dog has a bot. And I'm absolutely sure that Levon's dog is much weaker than my cat at chess. I don't even think it's a comparison.
Okay.
So I think that alone is enough of an argument. But also my cat is extremely good looking, a very handsome boy.
Okay.
And I think he deserves to be seen by all chess lovers and chess players in the world.
All right. That was pretty good. I'm not going to lie. I don't make all the... Oh, yeah. I don't make all the decisions around here at Chess.com, despite what they would tell you. But I will do my best to get the catbot into the forefront along with Ponchik. So, all right, man. Good to see you. Enjoy the evening. Enjoy the victory. And good luck in the next round.
Congrats, Fabi.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, I'm on. That was Mr. Caruana Fabiano. Fabiano Caruana.
You didn't have the guts to do that while he was here on the air with us, did you?
He heard me. But there you go. He moves on in a thriller over Abdusa Turov. What a day we've had together, man. Seriously, this was awesome. And he takes on Nakamura in the next round.
Naka, as he alluded to, is not everyone's favorite pairing, but guess what? Naka has made it to the finals of this event pretty much every single time. He wins it most of the time as well. So that's a tough opponent, no matter who you are. And Fabi, he called a spade a spade. He said, you know what? It's never easy to play Hikaru, but he's going to give it his best shot, and hopefully he can, fight well, as he said.
Agreed. And I don't know what he would consider success there. I mean, if he considers himself a big enough underdog that he doesn't expect to win, he just wants to have a lead going into Bullet. I don't know, but it's going to be a really interesting one. Two of the top Americans in history throwing down in the round of 8. But all right, we have to throw down with our last content of the day. It's time for the Coinbase Savvy Move. I think there were a lot of savvy moves in this match, Amon, by both players, but you chose one from that game where Fabiano said, let's not bring the Alekhine anymore in my house, right? Fabiano took care of business, and show us how he finished the job here in this Alekhine's defense.
Yeah, and the fans will remember this was potentially Nodirbek a little bit on tilt. Who knows? And you know, Fabi mentioned it in the interview there. But after Queen to D8 in this position, Fabi wasted no time. I have to admit, I was thinking about slow moves, Bishop F4, maybe Pawn to F4. But to my surprise, and very much in the spirit of the position and the way that he was putting on pressure this match, Pawn to G5 was played here by Fabi. And the reason that I found this move to be so fitting for this segment, Danny, was I think that it is the definition of savvy. G5 comes with that poison. Knight to F6 is a threat here. If you take the pawn, the bishop takes back, and you've got the same exact threat building up. So just as a tough move to react to, I thought G5 was literally the definition of savvy, and it worked out, Danny, as you can see what Nodirbek played here.
Yeah, and I don't think it's fair to stress about the miss from the computer's perspective. This is a move you play when your opponent has only 5 seconds on the clock, and the tactics by themselves are going to blow him off the board. And so he plays G5 with the threat of Knight F6 check. Nodirbek doesn't see it or stop it, blunders directly into the discovery. Even if Knight F6 check alone was the savvy finish, I agree with you that G5 sets it up. And it's exactly the kind of thing you do when you're bringing a game to a close, that your opponent is under pressure and under pressure on the clock. So G5, Knight F6 check, that was it. The savvy move, brought to you by Coinbase, and that's how Fabiano beat the Alekhine. We didn't see it again. So even though Fabi didn't necessarily agree with me that Nodirbek had some inexperience, definitely agreed on the board that it wasn't a good idea to play this again, and Caruana got the job done today.
It's true. Like, he beat the opening out of the match. It never came back. So pretty well done there by Fabi. Always nice to hear his thoughts as well. Always said, I think Fabi's a great interview. Spending his time with us after a long match like that. So it was interesting to hear his perspective. But what a deserved win and winner. And not to take anything away from Nodirbek, who really played a great match. And as I keep reminding people, it came down to really the last game, as Fabi alluded to in the interview.
It was thrilling. A Greed Town population. Us, we're still living there between the U.S. and Canada. Let's talk about where we're going to be living tomorrow, because I don't know if people know this yet, but tomorrow's a doubleheader. Oh, yeah. Yes, indeed. We have MVL versus Gukesh. We have Magnus Carlsen making his debut this year against Vidit Gujrathi. I don't even know what anyone else is doing tomorrow. It's time to call in sick right now. We got a doubleheader of the SEC.
I mean, that's so exciting. You have two incredible talents from India that are up against some of the best players in the world. How about the actual best player in the world, Magnus Carlsen? Seeing him in the SEC, it's kind of going to be a reminder to people when they see Magnus in the SEC. They're like, oh yeah, that's right. That potential matchup, Hikaru Magnus brewing once again. So I think people will be excited for that, Dan.
Agreed with so much today. I feel like this show brought us all closer, brought us closer with chat, brought our relationship closer, and you know what else brings people closer together?
Tell me, Danny. Tell me.
The Judith Polgar Global Chess Festival. The hashtag Chess connects us all. That's right. And this year we are calling all chess clubs who are eligible to participate in the Judith Polgar Chess Connects Us Championship. It's a challenge for all clubs. You can nominate 4 players to compete in the online event on October 14th. A chance to win prizes from Chess.com, from Chessable, from Judith Polgar herself. Join us in celebrating the game that brings us all together. And again, use the command Chess Connects in chat to learn more. Chess does connect us. Chess is for everyone. Chess brings us all together. Aman. It brings all the differences between you and I. Just it brings them out and then also gets rid of them, so that in the end of the day, we're just closer.
That's right, Danny. And a shout out to Judith, just an incredible person, player, commentator, does so much for chess. So that's awesome.
Indeed, it was awesome. Shout out to the whole team. Working hard today was awesome. Awesome chess by our players, Caruana and Abdusaturov. Awesome show by our production crew, our mods, our team, working hard behind the scenes. Thank you so much. For my partner, Aman Hamilton. His name is Aman Hamilton. He is the chess bra Aman Hamilton. and there's a million things he hasn't done. So just you wait. We're out of here, everybody. See you tomorrow.